James Potter was born on 31 July 1980 at Godric's Hollow in the West Country, England, only hours after his future classmate, Neville Longbottom. Around this time, a prophecy regarding a boy born at the end of July with the power to defeat Voldemort was stated to wizards. Harry's christening was quiet and quick, with only mother, father, and Sirius Black in attendance. Harry spent his infancy in hiding with his parents in the Potter cottage. For Harry's first birthday, Sirius bought him a toy broomstick. Lily's letter to Sirius mentioned that this broomstick had been Harry's favorite present, and that he had smashed a horrible vase that had been a gift from Petunia and nearly killed their cat. In the letter, Lily also included a picture of Harry flying around on the broom and James chasing after him. Lily also stated in the letter that Harry looked pleased with himself while flying around on the toy broom. Lily and James also hosted a very quiet birthday tea. The only ones in attendance were Harry and Bathilda Bagshot. The Potters owned a cat, but what happened to it after Voldemort's attack remains unknown. When it became clear that Voldemort marked the Potters for death in regards to the prophecy, Albus Dumbledore suggested that they use the Fidelius charm to keep them safe. He even offered to be the Potters' secret keeper, but the Potters had already planned to make Sirius their secret keeper instead. On Sirius's advice, they changed this designation to Peter Pettigrew, who they thought would be less suspicious. In a terrible turn of fate, Pettigrew was a Death Eater spy and betrayed the Potters' whereabouts barely a week later. On the evening of Halloween in 1981, Lord Voldemort arrived at Godric's Hollow and murdered James and Lily. He murdered James first, who tried to distract the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, he did not have his wand with him and was killed immediately. Voldemort then advanced on Lily, who died trying to protect Harry. Her sacrifice prevented the killing curse from working on Harry, resulting in her love for Harry becoming a barrier to protecting him. When Voldemort attempted the curse on Harry, it backfired on the caster, and instead of murdering Harry, Voldemort lost all his powers and his physical form was obliterated. Voldemort was saved from death by the 5 Horcruxes he had made up to that point, including his diary, Gaunt's ring, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, and Ravenclaw's diadem. This later included Harry himself also, because a piece of Voldemort's unstable soul latched onto the only living being present. This gave him some of Voldemort's abilities, such as the ability to speak parcel tongue. This event made Harry the only person to have survived the killing curse, thus giving him the title, the Boy Who Lived. The failed curse left a lightning bolt scar on his forehead, marking him as Voldemort's equal. The scar would be both a bane and a blessing to Harry in the years to come, as it opened a telepathic link between Lord Voldemort and himself, giving each some awareness of each other's thoughts. Rubeus Hagrid rescued Harry from the house, partially destroyed by Voldemort's faulty killing curse, and was given specific orders from Albus Dumbledore to take him to his maternal aunt and uncle. As Hagrid left, he was intercepted by Sirius Black, a close friend of the Potters, who pleaded for Hagrid to give the baby to him, as he was the chosen guardian in the event of James and Lily's death. Hagrid refused, saying that he was under orders from Dumbledore to take Harry to his relatives. Sirius reluctantly relented and gave Hagrid his flying motorcycle to take Harry to Privet Drive and left to find Pettigrew, who subsequently faked his death and framed Sirius for his death and that of 12 Muggles. Hagrid delivered Harry to Dumbledore late on the evening of 1 November night. Dumbledore left a letter of explanation to the family living in the house, the Dursley. On 1 September 1984, Albus Dumbledore mentioned Harry Potter's name at the start of term feast to the residents of Hogwarts, telling them that he was safe and that when old enough, he too would attend Hogwarts. As the Dursleys were muggles, they could not use magic. They knew about its existence, but refused to associate with witches and wizards. They proudly considered themselves a normal family and despised anything out of the ordinary, even if it had nothing to do with witches, wizards, and magic. They lied to Harry about his parents' death, claiming they had died in a car crash. They also claimed that the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead was from the same crash. Whenever Harry tried to remember it, all that he could vaguely recall, as if he strained his memory, was a green flash of light and a high, cold laugh. He tried to understand what it was, or if it was from the car crash, but he simply could not. Petunia and Vernon Dursley, Harry's new guardians, forbade him from asking questions, particularly those regarding his parents. In addition, the Dursleys refused to have pictures of Lily and James, and did their best to avoid the subject of Harry's parents altogether. They resented Harry for his magic, which was sporadic but evident, and strongly discouraged any sort of imagination. They neglected Harry, verbally and emotionally abused him, and inflicted cruel punishments, like depriving him of meals and locking him into the cupboard under the stairs whenever something unusual occurred. Their behavior was left unreported to authorities. In his youth, Harry could make strange things happen without understanding why he could, as no one had told him that he was a wizard. For instance, after Petunia had sheared off all of his messy hair using a pair of kitchen scissors in her fury that it would not lay flat, leaving him almost completely bald with only the fringe at the front. It had grown all the way back, and to its previous messy state at that. By the next morning, Harry was punished, even though he had not done anything on purpose. Another time, Daedalus Diggle bowed to him in a shop, and Petunia furiously interrogated Harry as to how he knew the man before leaving the shop hastily. The Dursleys spoiled and pampered their son, Dudley, and paid almost no attention to Harry, with what little attention they did pay to him being negative in its entirety. All his clothes were hand-me-downs from Dudley, and were far too large for Harry. He was forced to sleep in the cupboard under the stairs, while his cousin got 2 bedrooms to himself, one for sleeping in and one for storing all his toys. They also made Harry do household chores for them, such as making food and getting the post. In time, Dudley started bullying Harry. The Dursleys took Dudley and his friend Piers Polkiss to someplace spectacular every year for his birthday. But the only thing Harry ever got for his birthday was either Vernon's old socks or a coat hanger. The Dursleys always hid evidence of Harry's existence by not having pictures of him in the house. Among the few people who did know about Harry were Petunia's friend Yvonne and Vernon's sister Marge, the latter of whom the boy was forced to consider an aunt to him, despite not being a relative of his. Aunt Marge showed the most dislike for the frail boy while visiting Privet Drive during Dudley Dursley's 5th birthday, when she whacked Harry around the shins to stop him from beating Dudley at musical statues, and on holidays like Christmas, when she brought a computerized robot for Dudley and a box of dog biscuits for Harry to apparently eat. She eventually made a fool out of the young Potter during Dudley's 10th birthday, when Harry accidentally stepped on the paw of her favorite pet bulldog Ripper, causing the enraged dog to chase him out into the garden and up a tree. Dudley laughed himself silly at the sight of his cousin then, and to the Dursleys' delight, Marge refused to call Ripper off until past midnight. Harry's hardship, however, was highly necessary, as by returning to live with his mother's only living blood relative, The protection that Lily gave Harry would continue. While Harry could call that place home, he could not be harmed. However, the bond of blood charm would be broken when Harry turned 17 years old, or when he no longer called for Privet Drive his home. Unknown to Harry, one of his neighbors, Arabella Figg, was a squib who had been ordered by Albus Dumbledore to keep an eye on Harry, but to not reveal anything of the wizarding world to him until he was old enough, unfortunately for Harry, to maintain favor with the Dursleys. She was forced to give him a lousy time whenever she had to look after him, as the Dursleys would never have let him go if they knew Harry was enjoying himself, a possibility that infuriated them. Harry discovered her connection to the wizarding world when it was revealed during the summer before his 5th year that she worked undercover for the Order of the Phoenix to keep tabs on Harry for his safety. On 23 June 1991, Dudley's 11th birthday, the Dursleys went to the zoo with Dudley and Piers. Unfortunately for the Dursleys, they had to take Harry with them, as Mrs. Figg had broken her leg, and there was no one to take Harry, and they refused to leave him alone in their house. At the zoo, Harry spoke with a boa constrictor and unintentionally made the glass of its enclosure disappear. This allowed the snake to slither out of his cage, which scared Dudley into thinking it was after him. Harry was able to communicate in Parseltongue with the freed boar, which thanked Harry briefly, then slithered out of the zoo reptile house, calmly. After this incident, the enraged Dursleys sentenced Harry to his cupboard until the beginning of the summer holiday. Harry attended St. Gregory's Primary School, a Muggle primary school, with Dudley. He had no friends there, since all the students were afraid of Dudley's tough friends, who hated Harry simply because Dudley did. Dudley and his friends liked to play a unique game, Harry hunting, which involved chasing Harry for hours on end. Although Harry was good at sports, he was always the last picked for a team, because no one wanted to admit to Dudley that they liked him, rather than because he was no good. Harry got decent, if not good grades at school. On one occasion, Harry accidentally turned his teacher's wig blue. On another, he accidentally apparated onto the school kitchen roof when escaping from Dudley's gang. And on a third, he made Dudley's old jumper shrink, as Aunt Petunia tried to shove it over his head. These incidents always enraged the Dursleys, and after each, they would punish Harry by throwing him into the cupboard, except for after the jumper incident, because Aunt Petunia thought that the jumper had shrunk in the wash. If Harry had not gone to Hogwarts, then he would have attended Stonewall High, a Muggle secondary school that Harry dreaded attending. Harry had no birthday celebrations until the day he turned 11, which was the same day that he discovered the exceptional reality about his identity. On the week of Harry's birthday, hundreds of letters began arriving at the Dursleys' home, addressed to him from a place called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When the Dursleys saw the first letter was addressed as "cupboard under the stairs," they panicked at the thought of Harry's ill treatment being observed and transferred him to Dudley's second bedroom out of fear of being arrested for child abuse, which soon appeared on letters as the smallest bedroom. When Uncle Vernon first read the letter, he turned a pale porridge gray out of fear that witches and wizards were trying to contact Harry. Because of this, Vernon tried to destroy the letters in a futile attempt to keep Harry from his destiny. But the letters kept coming in increasingly larger quantities, to the point where they started flying out of the fireplace by the dozens, and as they did, the Dursleys saw no alternative but to flee from them. This was not enough to let the Dursleys avoid the letters, however, as the owls carrying these letters followed them wherever they went. On 30 July 1991, in a final desperate move on, the Dursleys moved to a shack. At midnight on Harry's birthday, Rubeus Hagrid appeared in person to find out why Harry had not received his letter. He was infuriated by the Dursleys and explained to Harry, in spite of Vernon's obstinate protests, that he was a wizard, how his parents died, that Dumbledore demanded him to take Harry from the ruined house to his het relatives, and that he was to be sent to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This would be Harry's first birthday celebration, and Hagrid gave him a small homemade birthday cake, and later, a snowy owl. Harry named her Hedwig, a name he had found from his textbook, A History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. This was the first good birthday present Harry ever received. Hagrid took Harry to the Leaky Cauldron, where he learned that he was famous. He met Quirinus Quirrell, his soon-to-be Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts, the innkeeper Tom, a witch named Doris Crockford, and Daedalus Diggle, the man who had bowed to Harry several years earlier. Hagrid then took Harry to Diagon Alley, where he learned more about his fame in the wizarding world, and that his parents had left him a small fortune in a vault at Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry bought his first wand from Ollivander's that very day. The wand that chose Harry was made of holly wood and had a phoenix feather core. It was 11th nice and supple. The phoenix feather at its core came from Dumbledore's phoenix forks. It was crafted by Garrick Ollivander, who had also created a twin wand. This wand had been made from yew and contained the only other feather supplied by Fawkes. This twin wand had chosen Tom Riddle as its master long ago, but after turning to evil and assumed the alias of Lord Voldemort, Riddle ended up using this wand to attack Harry and his parents. Sharing the same phoenix origin, the two wands had a unique connection that would prevent them from successfully dueling against each other in the years to come. Harry watched as the older boys magically passed through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry nervously and politely approached them and was introduced to their youngest son Ron, who was starting his first year as well. Molly, Ron's mother, kindly gave him instructions on how to board the platform. Harry quickly ran through the barrier, followed by Ron, and arrived on the platform, catching his first sight of the Hogwarts Express. As most of the compartments were full, Harry pushed his things to near the end of the train, and with some help from twins from the red-headed family, was able to get his things aboard. While helping, the twins noticed his scar and recognized that he must be Harry Potter. While Harry sat near the window in his compartment watching the family, the twins Fred and George Weasley reported this discovery to the amazement of their little sister Ginny and their older brother Percy, who was a prefect and had already changed into his robes. After boarding, the train soon departed, and Ron asked if he could sit with Harry, who agreed. Ron asked Harry about his scar, and Harry asked if Ron's whole family were wizards, which they are, except for his mother's second cousin, who was an accountant. When the trolley witch came by around 12:30, Harry bought some of the treats from the cart and shared them with Ron. Neville Longbottom soon came by searching for his lost toad, Trevor. While Ron was attempting a magic spell to change his rat scabbers, a girl named Hermione Granger came by trying to help find Trevor. After Ron's spell failed, Hermione introduced herself and upon learning Harry's name, informed him that he was in several books on magical history. While speculating which house they might be in, Harry and Ron were interrupted by Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle. Although Draco attempted to ingratiate himself, Harry refused to shake his hand after he insulted Ron and his family. When Goyle attempted to take some of their chocolate frog cards, Scabbers bit his finger and helped drive them off. Ron afterwards explained that the Malfoy family were on Voldemort's side, but came back saying they had been bewitched, although his father did not believe it. Upon arriving, Hagrid gathered all the first years together, and they followed a path down to the edge of a great lake. In groups of no more than 4, they climbed aboard a little fleet of small boats and sailed across the lake to an underground harbor. Helping to remind Neville to take his toad, Hagrid took them up a passageway to the gates of the castle. Harry was particularly anxious, as he did not feel that any of the houses as they were described in the Hat song were right for him. Harry noted that Draco Malfoy, whom Harry had met in Diagon Alley, was instantly placed in Slytherin, and remembered what Hagrid and Ron had told him about Slytherin's reputation for turning out dark wizards, and that Voldemort had been in Slytherin. When Harry put on the hat, it slipped down past his eyes, and the hat told him that he would do well in Slytherin. Thinking of Voldemort, Harry desperately repeated the phrase, "not Slytherin." The hat heeded Harry's request and placed Harry in Gryffindor along with Ron and Hermione Granger. In his second year, during a visit to Dumbledore's office, the Sorting Hat re-emphasized the idea that Harry would do well in Slytherin. The sorting ceremony was followed by the start of term feast. Having previously never been allowed to eat as much as he wanted, Harry was overwhelmed by the sheer variety of foods in front of him. Dessert arrived, and talk turned to the first year's families. Neville Longbottom told the others how his family thought he was a squib, until his great-uncle accidentally dropped him out of a window, and he bounced. It was during the feast that Harry's scar hurt for the first time. Harry was looking up at the staff table at Professor Quirrell when the hook-nosed teacher Quirrell was talking to looked past Quirrell at Harry, who immediately felt a sharp pain in his scar. This was because Lord Voldemort was inhabiting Quirrell's body, and any time Voldemort was near Harry, his scar hurt. After the last morsels melted from the golden plates and goblets, Dumbledore gave a speech welcoming the new students to the school and the old students back. He added a few warnings about staying away from the Forbidden Forest and avoiding the third-floor corridor before leading the school in singing the school song and sending everyone off to their dormitory. One of the things that Harry had been looking forward to was learning to fly, until he found out that the Gryffindors would be taking flying lessons with the Slytherins. Malfoy had been bragging about his skill to anyone who would listen. Madame Rolanda Hooch taught the class by starting with basic broom control. After learning the theory, the students were told to hover gently off the ground on Madame Hooch's go-ahead. Terrified of being left behind, Neville panicked and kicked off before anyone else, rising 50 feet in the air before falling off and breaking his wrist. Madame Hooch took Neville to the hospital wing, after warning the other students to stay on the ground until she got back. Draco Malfoy nicked Neville's Remembrall from off the ground, and was told to give it to Harry, jeering that he would leave it up a tree unless Harry stopped him and took off on his broom. Harry mounted his broom and kicked off after him. As much to his surprise as everyone else's, he discovered that he could not only fly, but that it was something he did not need to be taught. Bending low on the broom handle, he shot towards Draco, who realized that Harry was a better flyer, and threw the Remembrall into the air, daring the famous boy to catch it. Harry raced the ball towards the ground, catching it and coming out of his dive a foot from the ground. He toppled lightly onto the grass amidst the cheers of the Gryffindors, grinning wildly. His euphoria did not last long, however, as Professor McGonagall quickly arrived on the scene. Having seen the dive, She ordered Harry to follow her. Expecting punishment, Harry was instead introduced to Oliver Wood, whom she pulled out of a charms class. Captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Wood's confusion at being introduced to a first year quickly turned to excitement and ecstasy upon hearing McGonagall recount the dive. He told her that Harry would need a decent broom if they were to compete, and explained to Harry that he would make an excellent seeker, perhaps rivaling the legendary Charlie Weasley. As they left the tower, the trio found Neville, whose wrist had been fixed by Madame Pomfrey, waiting outside, having forgotten the password. Neville decided to go with them, and the four arrived at the trophy room, the site of the duel. But Malfoy was nowhere to be found. They speculated that he may have chickened out and were deciding what to do next when they heard the school caretaker Argus Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, enter the room. Realizing that Draco tricked them and informed Filch of their location, they attempted to quietly exit the room. A nearby doorknob rattled and Peeves, Hogwarts' resident poltergeist, burst into the hallway, threatening to expose them. Growing desperate, Ron took a swipe at Peeves, who began to bellow their whereabouts as loud as he could, attracting Filch. The four kids ran right to the end of the corridor, where they found themselves stopped by a locked door, which Hermione opened with the unlocking charm using Harry's wand. They hurried inside, thinking themselves out of danger, until turning around and coming face to face with a monstrous sight, a giant three-headed dog. Choosing Filch over death, the children ran for it, somehow managing to get back to their dormitory without running into anyone along the way. Though shaken by the night's events, Harry's interest in exploring was piqued by Hermione's pointing out that the dog was standing on a trapdoor. Over breakfast the next morning, Harry and Ron were discussing what Fluffy could be guarding when the mail arrived. Harry, who had received no mail apart from Hagrid's letter, was intrigued as everyone else by the long, oddly shaped package in the mail that morning, and was even more surprised than the others when he discovered what was inside, a Nimbus 2000, and with a note from Professor McGonagall warning him not to open the package at the table and that he was to meet Wood that night for Quidditch practice. Taking the broom up to their dormitory, Harry and Ron were stopped by Malfoy, who seized the package and told Harry that first-year students are not allowed their own broom. When Professor Flitwick walked up to them, he tried to report Harry, but Flitwick, who had been told of Harry's special permission, just expressed admiration for Harry's talent. On Halloween, Professor Flitwick began teaching his students how to perform the levitation charm. Only Hermione succeeded. Offended by her air of superiority, Ron later made a nasty comment that she overheard. The comment was about her lack of friends, causing her to run off to lock herself in the girls' bathroom in tears, and making him and Harry feel slightly guilty. When the two went down to the Halloween feast later, their guilt was forgotten amidst the splendor of the decorations. Partway into the feast, Quirrell arrived to announce that there was a 12-foot mountain troll in the dungeons, before fainting where he stood. The prefects led the students back to their dorms, but Harry realized that Hermione did not know about the troll, and convinced Ron to help save her. Since they were responsible, they sneaked off to the girls' bathroom to warn Hermione, locking the troll inside. However, they did not realize their mistake until they heard Hermione's terrified scream emanate from the bathroom. A horrified Harry and Ron ran back into the bathroom to rescue her. After a brief skirmish, during which Harry stuck his wand up the troll's nose, Ron finally knocked the troll out by levitating the troll's own club to smash into its head. Attracted by all the noise, the teachers arrived to find Harry, Ron, and Hermione covered in dust, and the bathroom in disarray. Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, began scolding the boys for not going straight to their dormitories with the rest of their house, but instead putting themselves in grave danger. Much to Harry and Ron's surprise, Hermione lied to McGonagall and told her that she had gone looking for the troll, as she thought she could handle them. She claimed that Harry and Ron were looking for her, which was true, and she would most likely be dead if the boys had failed to rescue her, also true. The three bonded over the shared experience, and were friends thereafter. Snape noticed their guilty faces, and looking for a reason to punish them, confiscated Harry's book on the feeble pretext that library books were not to be taken outside. Harry noticed that Snape was limping, as though his leg was injured, strengthening his suspicions that the potions master was after whatever it was that Fluffy was guarding. Nervous about the next day's match, Harry decided to ask Snape for the book back, realizing that he would most likely be in the staff room and that it'd be harder for Snape to bully him if there were other teachers around. Harry decided to confront him. Approaching the door, Harry overheard Snape complaining to Filch about Fluffy. After opening the door, Harry saw Filch helping Snape to bandage his leg. He returned to the common room and then told his two friends everything he had seen. Harry had little time to dwell on Snape's injury as the first Quidditch match began. The very next morning, Harry's job as the Gryffindor Seeker was to catch the Golden Snitch. The snitch is a walnut-sized gold ball that is extremely fast and difficult to see. The entire match rested upon the retrieval of the snitch. Harry's first attempt to catch the snitch was foiled when the Slytherin Seeker blotched him. Though the Seeker was penalized, the move succeeded in stopping Harry from getting to the snitch. Soon after, Harry's broom began bucking uncontrollably as if trying to unseat him. The bucking became even more violent with each passing second, until Harry was hanging from the broom with just one hand. As the crowd looked on with horror, some of the professors had their wands at the ready, should he fall. Ron and Hermione began to wonder if the other was at fault. That is until Hagrid, who had arrived to watch the game, noted that it would take powerful dark magic to make a broomstick so hard to manage. Magic that was well above the level of a second year, and therefore had to have been cast by a qualified wizard. This announcement did nothing to help the worried friends. Hermione, who had turned her gaze away from Harry and was scanning the stands, noticed that Snape was staring unblinkingly at Harry and muttering non-stop under his breath. Thinking quickly, Hermione took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was now focused on Harry and the Weasley twins' attempts to rescue him, to run around the entire stadium, knocking over Professor Quirrell and ending up behind Snape. Muttering a few well-chosen words, Hermione lit Snape's robes on fire with bluebell flames. A yell of shock told her she had done her job, and she scooped the fire into a jar. Suddenly, up in the air, the spell on Harry's broomstick was broken, and he was once again able to control his broom. The spectators watched in confusion as Harry dove towards the ground, only to clasp his hand to his mouth, as if he was being violently sick the instant he landed. In actuality, Harry had caught the snitch in his mouth. His capture of the snitch ended the match, resulting in Gryffindor's victory. After the match, Hagrid took the three back to his hut. Ron and Hermione told Harry and Hagrid about what was happening on the other side of the stands, and how Snape was cursing his broomstick. Hagrid, however, did not believe them, asking why Snape would try to kill Harry. Harry told Hagrid about Snape being bitten by the dog in the third-floor corridor. Surprised by their knowledge, Hagrid involuntarily revealed that the dog belonged to him, and that what the dog was guarding did not concern them, as it was a secret known only to Albus Dumbledore and a man named Nicholas Flamel. On Christmas Day, Harry and Ron awoke to a pile of presents, each at the foot of their beds. At the bottom of the pile, he found a package containing an invisibility cloak and an anonymous note telling him only that the cloak once belonged to his father, and to use it well. That night, Harry thought on the cloak and decided to try it out. Realizing he could go anywhere, he snuck back to the library and headed straight for the restricted section. Knowing he had to start somewhere, Harry pulled down one of the heavier books and let it fall open on his knee. To his shock and horror, the silence was rent by a blood-curdling scream that issued from the book in front of him. He stuffed the book back in its place and ran for the door, knocking over the lantern he brought with him in his haste. Ducking under Filch's outstretched arms, Harry ran down the dark corridors, away from the library and away from Filch. Thinking he had escaped, Harry was scared to hear Filch's voice approaching, and horrified when he realized whom Filch was talking to. Snape. As Snape and Filch rounded the corner, Harry realized that although his father's cloak made him invisible, it did not stop him from being solid, and that he had no chance of sneaking past them, as the corridor was particularly narrow. Thinking quickly and panicking slightly, Harry noticed a door to his left. Slipping inside, he found himself in an abandoned classroom. After Filch and Snape passed his hiding place, Harry relaxed and took in more details about the room he was in. In doing so, he noticed something he had missed the first time. Stepping in front of the mirror, Harry very nearly cried out in shock. Inside the mirror, he saw a large crowd of people standing behind him. Shocked, Harry turned around to look at the room, but saw no one there. Turning back to the mirror and looking more closely, Harry realized that the man and woman in the front looked oddly like him. The man looked just like him, from his untidy hair to his glasses, and the woman Harry saw had the same eyes he had. Understanding, Harry focused on other members of the crowd and saw others who had his untidy hair, his eyes, and even an old man who had Harry's knees. Harry was looking at his family for the first time in his life. The next night, Harry brought Ron with him to the mirror room. Ron did not see Harry's family in the mirror, but instead saw himself standing alone, tall, holding the house cup, wearing badges indicating he was head boy and Quidditch captain. The two began arguing over who would be allowed to look in the mirror. Mrs. Norris Filch's prowling cat entered the room, attracted by the sounds of their argument. The next day, Ron, worried about being caught and about his friend's obsession with the mirror, warned Harry not to return. Harry, however, was not to be dissuaded. Going to the room that evening, Harry was ready to stay there all night, staring at the family he lost. However, in his haste, he failed to notice Professor Dumbledore standing by the door until after he removed his cloak. Dumbledore, who had been waiting for Harry, explained that the mirror, which was known as the Mirror of the Wizard, displayed the deepest, most desperate desire of whoever looked into it. Harry, who had never known his family, saw them standing around him. Ron, ever overshadowed by his older brothers, saw himself standing alone, the best of them all. Before sending Harry back to bed, however, Dumbledore warned him that the mirror was a dangerous object. Men had been driven mad by what they saw in the mirror, not knowing if what they saw was real or even possible. He told Harry that the mirror was to be moved to a new location, and warned Harry to not go looking for it. Before he left, Harry asked the headmaster what he saw in the mirror. Much to his surprise, Dumbledore told Harry that he saw himself with a pair of woolen socks. Despite his promise to Dumbledore, Harry found it difficult to forget the image of his parents, until Wood told the team that Snape would be refereeing the next Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. Shortly before the match, Malfoy, ever eager to pick on Neville, used the Leglocker curse on Neville, forcing him to bunny hop his way back to the common room. Harry told Neville he was worth 12 of Malfoy and gave him a chocolate frog. Thanking Harry, Neville handed the card back to Harry for his caucus. Looking down, Harry noted it was Dumbledore's card, the first he ever got. He turned the card over and suddenly remembered where he read the name Nicholas Flamel before, on the train on the way to school. As the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff Quidditch match drew nearer, tensions mounted in the school. Gryffindor had failed to overtake Slytherin in the Interhouse Quidditch Cup for 7 years, and Harry was worried that it would be impossible with Snape as a referee. Unknown to Harry, Ron and Hermione had been practicing the Leglocker curse to use on Snape, should he show any signs of wanting to harm Harry. Before the match began, Wood took Harry aside and reminded him that he needed to catch the snitch as soon as he could, before Snape could favor Hufflepuff too much. Harry performed his role as Seeker phenomenally, catching the snitch within 5 minutes of the game starting, putting Gryffindor in first place for the Quidditch Cup. Having realized how much Harry, Ron, and Hermione had worked out about the stone after running into them in the library, Rubeus Hagrid told them to meet him in his hut later. When the trio arrived later, they noticed that the fire was lit, despite the heat of the day. Although he was reluctant to answer their questions, Hermione managed to manipulate him into talking about the various protections used to guard it. Fluffy, the 3-headed dog, was Hagrid's, along with enchantments from Professors Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell, and Snape. Growing uncomfortable in the heat, Harry asked Hagrid to open a window, something Hagrid refused to do as he had a dragon egg in the fire. Unfortunately, Draco Malfoy discovered the dragon and decided to use the knowledge to get revenge by getting them into trouble for possessing an illegal dragon. So Malfoy, in turn, tried to tell McGonagall of the trio's activities. To save everyone involved, Harry, Ron, and Hermione convinced Hagrid to send Norbert off to Ron's brother Charlie Weasley, who would take Norbert to a Romanian dragon preserve. While helping Hagrid to prepare Norbert for the journey, the dragon bit Ron's hand, causing it to swell up and forcing Ron to see Madame Pomfrey. On the pre-arranged night, Harry and Hermione managed to smuggle Norbert in a crate up to the astronomy tower under Harry's invisibility cloak. On the way up, they witnessed Professor McGonagall hauling Malfoy away for being out of bed at night, who protested that Harry was in possession of a dragon. Harry and Hermione passed the crate off to Charlie's friends and headed back down the stairs, where they were confronted by a gleeful Argus Filch. They had left the cloak behind. Filch took them to McGonagall's office, where they found Neville, who had attempted to warn them about Malfoy. Minerva McGonagall, who was very disappointed in them, took 50 points each from Harry, Hermione, and Neville, and gave the 3 detention, which they were to serve along with Malfoy. Riding high on his Quidditch wins, Harry's popularity plummeted. No one wanted to talk to the stupid first year, who, along with 2 others, had lost Gryffindor their chance of defeating Slytherin and winning the House Cup. A week or so before exams, Harry's new determination to not meddle in others' business was tested when he heard Professor Quirrell whimpering as if he was being threatened. Believing that Snape was the one threatening Quirrell, and that he was going after the stone, Hermione suggested that they go talk to Professor Dumbledore, but Harry dismissed the idea, as they had no proof. The next morning, Harry, Hermione, and Neville received notes from Professor McGonagall informing them their detention would begin at 11 that night. Argus Filch took them out to the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid was waiting for them. Hagrid led them into the Forbidden Forest and showed them a pool of unicorn blood on the ground. They split up, Hagrid taking Harry and Hermione, while Neville and Malfoy went off with Fang. After Malfoy scared Neville into sending up red sparks, Hagrid sent Harry off with Malfoy, deciding that Malfoy would be less likely to scare Harry. As they continued, Harry noticed the pools of unicorn blood they were following seemed to be growing larger and larger, as if the animal had been thrashing around. Eventually they came to a clearing and found the laying on the ground and very dead. As they watched, a hooded figure emerged from the bushes and began to drink the unicorn's blood. Malfoy screamed and bolted away with Fang, leaving Harry, half blinded by the pain in his scar, to stumble away from the advancing figure. Harry was saved by Firenze, a Palomino centaur, who allowed Harry to ride on his back out of the forest. Firenze told Harry the properties of unicorn blood. Harry realized that there would only be one person who would be so desperate as to kill a unicorn, Lord Voldemort. Focused on remembering what had happened that night, Hagrid accidentally let slip that Fluffy fell asleep when played music. Now convinced that Snape had all the information he needed to get past Fluffy, Harry, Ron, and Hermione decided to go see Professor Dumbledore and tell him their suspicions. While walking across the entrance hall, they were stopped by Professor McGonagall and decided to tell her what they had found out. She insisted that no one could steal the stone and told them that Dumbledore was in London for the day. The next room, Professor Flitwick held a bunch of flying keys and some broomsticks. Harry found the correct key, caught it, and unlocked the next door with it. The next room was Professor McGonagall's and had a large chessboard for a game of wizard's chess, which Ron won at the cost of sacrificing himself. Harry and Hermione continued to the next room, leaving an unconscious Ron where they could return for him, to find an unconscious troll, Professor Quirrell's room. Lastly, they entered Professor Snape's room and found 7 potions in bottles along with a roll of paper giving clues on which one to drink to continue a logic puzzle. Hermione solved the puzzle and, at Harry's urging, drank the potion that allowed her to head back so that she could get Ron out, while Harry drank the potion to go forward to the final room. Once inside the room, Harry's attention was drawn to 2 things: the mirror of Irizid and Quirrell. Quirrell bound Harry before explaining that the mirror was the key to finding the stone. Desperate to distract him from the mirror, Harry questioned Quirrell, who revealed that he was serving Lord Voldemort, and although Snape hated Harry because Snape allegedly loathed his father in their time at school, he never wanted him dead. Unable to locate the stone, Quirrell asked Voldemort for help. Much to Harry's surprise, a voice which seemed to issue from Quirrell himself said, "To use the boy." Looking in the mirror, Harry saw his reflection pull the stone out of his pocket and replace it, at which point he felt the real stone drop his real pocket. He told Quirrell that he saw himself winning the House Cup, but Voldemort, an accomplished legilimens, informed Quirrell that Harry was lying, and ordered Quirrell to allow him to speak to the boy. Quirrell unwrapped his turban and turned away from Harry. Sticking out of the back of Quirrell's head, Voldemort demanded that Harry give him the stone. Harry refused and Quirrell seized him, causing Harry's scar to sear with pain. But contact with Harry's skin burned Quirrell's hands, forcing him to release Harry. Realizing that contact caused Quirrell pain, Harry grabbed Quirrell's arm and held on until he blacked out. He woke in the hospital wing, where Albus Dumbledore reassured him that Quirrell did not succeed at getting the stone. and that the stone had in fact been destroyed. Dumbledore then explained the reason why Quirrell could not touch him was that Harry's mother had died to save him, granting him protection against Voldemort. At the leaving feast, after seemingly congratulating Slytherin on winning the House Cup, Dumbledore awarded Ron and Hermione 50 points, Harry 60 points, and Neville 10, which allowed them to win the cup. This, however, did not stop Harry from exploiting their paranoia in order to have quiet time alone, such as taunting Dudley with made-up magical incantations, like jiggery-pokery, hocus-pocus, and squiggly-wiggly, whenever the latter teased him. Furthermore, he had no contact with any of his friends nor any news from the wizarding world, and Hedwig took to making noise out of boredom from being padlocked in her cage. On 31 July, Harry's 12th birthday, Harry felt very lonely from receiving no letters from his friends. Dudley taunted him, stating, "Who would want to be friends with you?" The Dursleys seemed to have forgotten his birthday too, for they were too busy preparing for a dinner party with a client of Vernon's at work. The sight of the hedge supposedly staring back startled Harry, but Dudley Dursley came over to bother him as the eyes vanished. Harry tried to scare his cousin away by pretending the use of incantations would set the hedge on fire. Petunia then threatened him with a soapy pan and tasked him with a list of chores to keep him out of her way until Vernon and Dudley returned home from buying dinner jackets. When he was sent up to his bedroom later that evening for the dinner party, he found a house elf named Dobby waited on his bed to warn him against returning to Hogwarts, as it meant putting himself in great danger. He tried to tell Dobby that Hogwarts was his home and where he belonged. The elf then revealed that he prevented the direct deliverance of the mail from Harry's friends and promised to give the letters back when Harry complied with the warning. This bargain failed as well, so Dobby crashed the dinner party downstairs via a hover charm on Petunia's homemade masterpiece of pudding, which splattered everywhere when the spell was lifted and disappeared. The mess left behind was thus blamed on Harry, who received an official warning from the Ministry of Magic about using magic outside school. Taking advantage of this incident and using it as a means to suppress the magical blood in their nephew, the Dursleys locked him in his room with bars on his window to prevent him from returning to Hogwarts as punishment. 3 nights later, Harry was rescued from his imprisonment by Ron, who was worried about not hearing from him all summer, and flew with his older brothers Fred and George Weasley in a flying Ford Anglia belonging to their father, Arthur Weasley, the head of the Ministry's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, to break off the bars on Harry's window and help him retrieve his school things. Hedwig's screeches soon alerted the Dursleys of the getaway, but they were unable to do anything as the car flew off with Harry in tow. During the flight to the Weasley family's home, the Burrow, Harry told Ron and the twins about Dobby's warning, which Fred and George concluded must have been part of a joke from Draco Malfoy, whose family was of great wealth. They arrived at their destination early the next morning to find a worried sick Molly Weasley waiting in the kitchen to punish her 3 sons for taking the vehicle without permission by having them and Harry, who volunteered, denom the garden. Mr. Weasley came home to discuss the results of his proposed Muggle Protection Act to the Ministry with his family, and was glad to meet Harry once introduced to him, despite his wife berating him for bewitching their car. As a generous measure, the Weasleys welcomed the young wizard into the family fold for the rest of the summer, though this made Ron's younger sister Ginny Weasley spend the entire day hiding in Harry's presence. When a Hogwarts acceptance letter for Ginny arrived a week later, the Weasleys set out for Diagon Alley, using the Flu Network 8 days afterwards to buy some school supplies. Harry ended up at Borgin and Burke's in the adjacent Nocturne Alley. While inside the shop, he was forced to hide in a crushing cabinet as Draco Malfoy and his father Lucius Malfoy entered. Draco made many sulky remarks regarding Harry's talent in Quidditch. The shopkeeper, Mr. Borgin, was surprised that Mr. Malfoy was only selling dark and illegally enchanted artifacts and not buying. Mr. Malfoy was sealing the items before they could be confiscated by the raids on wizarding households that Mr. Weasley was conducting as part of the Muggle Protection Act. Borgin expressed pity to the current decline of blood purity. Draco, on the other hand, had interest in a few of the items already on sale, including the Hand of Glory and a cursed opal necklace, and was stopped from approaching Harry's hiding place by his father. As soon as the Malfoys left, Harry was found leaving the shop himself by Rubeus Hagrid, who brought him out of Nocturne and into Diagon Alley's Flourish and Blots, where the Weasleys were in line with Hermione and her parents for a book signing for the arrival of flamboyant but incompetent celebrity author Gilderoy Lockhart, who was recently appointed the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. When Lockhart saw Harry for the first time, he got excited and beckoned him up to the front, allowing the audience to take pictures of them together before giving Harry a set of his books. Harry was rather embarrassed by this publicity stunt and gave the books to Ginny since he could afford a set of his own. Draco went over to congratulate him for being unable to avoid making the front page when walking into a bookstore, but then his father moved him aside to have a one-on-one argument with Mr. Weasley over the latter's obsession with muggles, finding an example of which in Hermione's parents, both muggle dentists, provoking Weasley into lunging at him. Hagrid broke up the fight just in time, but not before the senior Malfoy slipped a diary into Ginny's cauldron of school books. When Harry and Ron tried to get onto Platform 9 to fend to join Hermione and the rest of the Weasleys, the barrier mysteriously sealed, and they hit the wall. They missed the Hogwarts Express as a result, and decided to fly the car to Hogwarts, reasoning that they would not be seen due to the invisibility booster that Mr. Weasley installed. However, the booster failed shortly after takeoff, and the car was spotted by several muggles as they flew northward alongside the train. Their day-long flight ended with them crashing into the Whomping Willow instead of with the graceful landing they imagined. Ron's wand was inadvertently broken by the resulting impact as the gigantic tree started pounding the car in anger of being hit, but luckily for them, the battered Angela broke free from the branches to eject Harry and Ron out of the front seat with their belongings, before driving off into the Forbidden Forest. Both boys were found by Professor Snape watching the sorting ceremony from the window. They were taken to his office where they were given separate detentions by Albus Dumbledore and Professor Minerva McGonagall. Ginny Weasley, meanwhile, was sorted into Gryffindor. The next day at breakfast, Ron received a howler from his mother, who told him that he would be brought home if he broke another rule. The day only got worse when the Gryffindors attended their first Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Lockhart's teaching was a disaster, since the first thing he did was give them a pop quiz on himself and claimed the answers could be found in his books. He then let a cage of freshly caught Cornish pixies loose and struggled to round them up, but ran to hide from them, leaving his young pupils to save the day. As the dada lessons continued, Harry found himself having to act out scenes from Lockhart's books as he read them in class. Lockhart was in love with fame and kept bothering Harry, who had to help him answer his fan mail while Ron had to polish the school's prizes and trophies. But he was not the only one who paid him extra attention. Many first-year Gryffindors like Colin Creevey were starstruck by Harry. Ginny had a secret crush on him that developed over the summer since she first saw the famous Potter on Platform 90 at the start and end of his first year, but she didn't bother him in any way. After hours of tedious work, Harry heard a disembodied, sinister voice which Lockhart was unable to hear. In return for distracting Argus Filch just when he was about to give Harry severe punishment for something he did not do, Harry promised he would attend Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party on Halloween. He did this as a favor in order to help boost Nick's reputation, so that he might achieve his desire of joining the Headless Hunt. He brought Ron and Hermione along as well, Hermione was excited at the prospect of attending the event, as most living beings have not been to a Death Day party. Ron, on the other hand, was not excited at attending the event. The event was dismal and dreary. The party entailed a candlelit dinner of rancid, moldy food, the smell of which caused all three to gag. Harry knew the reason for this was the claim that a ghost can almost taste seriously spoiled food. Sir Nicholas was deeply touched that the three students put in an appearance, in part because it gave him a certain status in the eyes of his fellow deceased. But the three of them quickly grew tired of the ghostly party and returned to the Great Hall. Before they got to the Halloween feast, Harry heard the voice which Ron and Hermione also could not hear. He followed it to the second floor, where he found the bathroom flooded and Mrs. Norris Filch's cat petrified, coupled with a message on the wall. Filch became distraught and threatened Harry, as he mistakenly believed Harry to be the culprit. Filch and Snape then tried to get Harry in trouble for this, but Dumbledore said that it was powerful dark magic that no second-year student could perform. They decided that Sprout's mandrakes would be used once they were mature enough to create a draft capable of reviving Mrs. Norris. This occurrence left the students and staff with a sense of dread and worry, as many believed that the writing on the wall was just the beginning. Hermione wanted to research the Chamber of Secrets, so she talked history of magic Professor Cuthbert Binns into telling the class about its origin. To begin the story, Binns explained that it all started with the founding of Hogwarts itself, around 9 at the hands of two of the greatest wizards and two of the greatest witches of the age, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. But Slytherin got into an argument with the other founders about whether Muggle-borns should be admitted, and when the rift grew too large between him and Gryffindor, he left the school. According to legend, he built a going-away present to the school in the form of a secret chamber that could only be opened by his true heir. This Chamber of Secrets allegedly contained a monster that, once released, would purge the school of all Muggle-borns. Professor Binns unsuccessfully tried to assure the class that the chamber did not actually exist and that the school had been searched many times in vain. Harry, Ron, and Hermione decided that the heir was probably Draco Malfoy. To try to prove it, Hermione proposed to use the Polyjuice potion, which can change one's appearance into somebody else's for an hour. Hermione warned that the potion would take a month to brew, supposing they gathered all the necessary ingredients, one of which could only be found in Professor Snape's private inventory, and managed to keep it a secret. During the month that it took the Polyjuice potion to brew, a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin took place. Draco Malfoy had been made Slytherin's new Seeker, on the merit of his father's generous contribution to the team, a set of Nimbus 201 brooms. During the match, one of the bludgers took after Harry and focused completely on him. Malfoy lost no time in making fun of the maneuvers Harry had to perform in order to avoid the bludger. Since bludgers were supposed to attack each and every player, the crowd soon realized that this bludger had been tampered with. Harry still managed to catch the snitch and Gryffindor won. He caught it right out from under Malfoy's nose, who was more focused on taunting Harry than looking for the snitch. However, the bludger broke his arm, and Lockhart, in his attempt to fix it, removed all of the bones instead. Madame Pomfrey gave Harry a potion called Skele-Gro to counter this, and he was forced to stay in the hospital wing overnight. During that night, Dobby visited Harry and revealed that it was he who made the bludger chase after Harry and was also responsible for the barrier of Platform 9 to not letting him in. Dobby did this in hopes of Harry leaving or never arriving at Hogwarts. This was a misguided attempt to protect Harry from the monster inside the chamber. Dobby proceeded to ask Harry to leave the school, something he refused to do. He also revealed that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened before, and immediately punished himself, as he was not supposed to reveal anything. After Dobby disappeared, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey entered with Colin Creevey, who had apparently been petrified. He was found with a camera containing film that had been burnt to the melting point. Harry signed up for a dueling club, which was, to Harry's great displeasure, taught by his two least favorite teachers, Lockhart and Snape. The event was scheduled to take place in the Great Hall. During the club's first meeting, Lockhart demonstrated an ineptitude. He was successfully disarmed by Snape and floundered throughout the entire practice duel. Also during a practice battle in the first meeting, Draco Malfoy conjured a snake to attack Harry. Malfoy conjured this snake via instructions from Snape. Lockhart tried to banish it, but all he managed was to set it loose on the students. Harry saw that the snake was rapidly advancing on a Muggle-born student, and Hufflepuff named Justin Binchon Fletchley, who had introduced himself to Harry before this incident, and instinctively told it to stop, which to Harry's great surprise, it did. The other students were less than ecstatic about this development. However, all they saw was Harry speaking Parseltongue, the language of snakes, and became afraid. Since they could not understand it, it seemed to them that he was egging the snake on. It turned out that Parseltongue was a very rare gift that was closely associated with Salazar Slytherin. This was something Slytherin was famous for, hence why the symbol of Slytherin House is a serpent. Due to this, Harry became the #1 suspect among students for being the heir of Slytherin. Hermione even told him that since Salazar Slytherin lived so long ago, he might actually be. His ability to speak Parseltongue also caused the student body to spread vicious rumors about him. They claimed that he could not be a decent wizard, since he could speak to snakes. Seconds after leaving a conversation with Hagrid, Harry ran into a petrified Justin Finch Fletchley, and a black-smoking, nearly headless Nick Peeves alerted the whole school, and a Hufflepuff called Ernie Macmillan claimed that Harry had been caught red-handed. For the first time, Harry was taken to Dumbledore's office, and there he witnessed Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, bursting into ashes and being reborn. Dumbledore says that he did not believe Harry to be behind the attacks, a belief reinforced by Hagrid backing Harry's alibi, but a large portion of the school was sure that Harry was Slytherin's heir. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all signed up to remain at the school during Christmas, since Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had done so as well. This gave them the perfect opportunity to use their Polyjuice potion. When Christmas arrived, they drugged Crabbe and Goyle via chocolate cakes, took their hairs and assumed their forms. Hermione tried to use a hair she thought belonged to Millicent Bulstrode, but it was actually her cat's, and Hermione was transformed into a hybrid. Hermione was forced to spend a few weeks in the hospital wing, posing as Crabbe and Goyle. Harry and Ron interrogated an unsuspecting Malfoy and discovered that Draco was not the heir of Slytherin. They also heard that the last time the chamber was opened, a Muggle-born girl died, and whoever was responsible was expelled. During the interrogation, Malfoy also mentioned Dumbledore and Harry. He relayed his negative opinion of them, stating that Dumbledore was the worst thing to happen to Hogwarts. Malfoy also mentioned his father's secret stash of illegal artifacts that was kept within Malfoy Manor. Weeks later, Ron and Harry overheard Argus Filch complaining about his workload and leaving. They arrive at Myrtle Warren's bathroom to find it flooded. A sulking ghost, Myrtle explained that she had flooded it because somebody threw a diary at her. Harry picked it up. It turned out to have belonged to a TM Riddle and appeared to be completely blank. Ron remembered from his detention that Riddle had won an award for special service to the school 50 years before. Hermione deduced that since this coincided with the last time the chamber was opened, Tom Riddle might have received his prize for catching whoever was responsible for the attacks back then. Even though all attempts to extract information from the diary failed, Harry felt a strange compulsion to keep it. On Valentine's Day, Ron and Harry were dismayed to learn that Lockhart had spread dwarves dressed as cupids throughout the school to receive and deliver valentines. The Great Hall was filled with flower petals, hearts, and Lockhart himself was wearing bright pink robes. One cupid dwarf managed to deliver one to Harry. While struggling to avoid him, the embarrassed Harry tripped and fell. The fall caused ink to spill all over the contents of his school bag. Draco Malfoy proceeded to mock him and attempted to read the blank diary. Ginny noticed the diary and assumed a horrified expression. Harry witnessed the school's previous headmaster, Armando Dippet, informing Riddle that the school would be bees, and Riddle, apprehensive of this, catching Rubius Hagrid fiddling with a large spider in a box. Riddle reported Hagrid to Dippet. During the memory, Harry also learned that Riddle was an orphan that did not want to go back to the orphanage, and his full name was Tom Marvolo. Riddle, having seen this, Harry wondered whether Hagrid was the one who opened the chamber 50 years before, and whether he was responsible this time. This was exactly what Riddle wanted. Harry, Ron, and Hermione decided not to ask Hagrid about it, hoping that the attacks had stopped, and indeed, almost 4 months after the attack on Justin and nearly headless Nick, the disembodied voice kept quiet and the attack seemed to have ceased. However, odd things kept happening. Harry returned to his dormitory one day to find it a mess. Ron deduced that somebody had been looking for something, and Harry eventually noticed that Tom Riddle's diary was gone. This greatly befuddled them, seeing as only a Gryffindor could know the password to enter the dormitory. Hermione petrified. She was found near the library with a Ravenclaw prefect, inexplicably holding a small circular mirror. This removed Harry as a suspect in the eyes of many of the students, as they knew he would never harm Hermione. Some students even offered him an apology, such as Ernie Macmillan. Harry and Ron decided they now must talk to Hagrid. With the now constant supervision on students, this was not easy, but they managed to do it by using Harry's invisibility cloak. When they reach Hagrid's cabin, Harry and Ron manage to hide just before Dumbledore and Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge arrive at the scene. Fudge announced that Hagrid, who to the best of his knowledge opened the Chamber of Secrets the last time, would be sent to Wizard Prison Azkaban as a precaution. They were shortly joined by Lucius Malfoy, who declared that he and the other Hogwarts governors unanimously voted to suspend Dumbledore, despite the obvious logic that this would only worsen the situation. Both Hagrid and Dumbledore gave last words, but Hagrid covertly suggested to Harry and Ron that if they want the truth, they should follow the spiders, and Dumbledore said that he would only truly have left the school when none there remained loyal to him. He also stressed that if anybody at Hogwarts needed help, it would always be available. They eventually meet Aragog, a giant spider which had been the monster that Hagrid had been caught setting on other students 50 years ago. Aragog explained that Hagrid was innocent, but rather than letting Harry and Ron go, he decided to leave them as dinner for his children. Mr. Weasley's Ford Anger came blasting through the layers of spiders, however, and assisted the boys escape. After this, Harry and Ron felt that they had reached dead ends everywhere, until one possible last hope occurred to them. Aragog said the monster's last victim died in a bathroom, and it occurred to Harry that Myrtle Warren might have been that victim. Of course, with the school under such security, it would be almost impossible to sneak in the girls' bathroom near where the first attack occurred. This piece of paper revealed what Hermione had found out before she was attacked. She discovered, based on strong circumstantial evidence, that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk, a giant slithering serpent, capable of feeding on human and animal aura to cause petrifaction and death to anyone near it via direct eye contact, which explained why only Harry could hear it. But none of its victims died because they did not look directly at its gaze. Colin Creevey saw it through his camera. Justin Finch Fletchley saw it through nearly headless Nick, who was already dead. Mrs. Norris saw its reflection in the waters from the flooded bathroom, and Hermione used a mirror to look around corners after figuring things out. There was also a note about how spiders feared the basilisk, which explained them fleeing Hogwarts, and the rooster's call being potentially fatal to it, which explained Hagrid's roosters having been mysteriously killed during the year. This summed up the year's event. On the note was also scribbled a single word, pipes, which meant that the serpent moved around through the plumbing. Having solved the mystery, Harry and Ron decided to go to the staff room and report to the teachers. When they got there, they overheard the teachers talking about another attack that had occurred. Harry and Ron decided to hide to hear more details, and learning that Ginny had been kidnapped and the heir of Slytherin had left another message under the previous one. Harry and Ron also heard that Hogwarts would be closed the following day. The teachers then forced Lockhart to deal with the monster, as he had been claiming that he could handle whatever was responsible for the attacks, irritating the rest of the staff to no end. Looking very crestfallen, he left for his room. He then attempted to put a memory charm on Harry and Ron as well. They managed to disarm him, and under wand threats took him to Myrtle Warren's bathroom. Harry then asked moaning Myrtle about her death, which she happily explained. She stated that the last thing she saw was a pair of enormous eyes by one of the sinks. This sink incidentally had a tap that had never worked. Harry came to the conclusion that the tap can only be opened by the use of Parseltongue. He found a snake carved on the tap, and then opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry, Ron, and Lockhart slid down a large pipe and found themselves in maze-like tunnels far under the school. Down there they encountered a snake skin left by the basilisk. Just then, Lockhart feigned fainting and stole Ron's wand, victoriously proclaiming that he would erase Harry and Ron's memories and tell everybody that they lost their sanity at the sight of Ginny's mangled body. Lockhart attempted a spell. Ron's broken wand caused the charm to backfire, erasing Lockhart's memory and causing a portion of the ceiling to cave in. This trapped Harry in the direction of the chamber and Ron in the direction of the castle. Ron had no choice but to stay behind and clear a path through the rocks while Harry continued in search of Ginny. Harry then encountered a wall with stone snakes on it, opened it by speaking Parseltongue, and entered the chamber itself. Inside, he found Ginny lying on the ground, pale and cold. He dropped his wand and ran to her, trying to get a response from her, but to no avail. He then saw Tom Riddle smiling at him and holding Harry's wand. Riddle explained his presence in the present by revealing that he was a memory, which had been preserved in his diary for 50 years. He then explained what had happened. Riddle had opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago and planned to purge the school of Muggle-borns and half-bloods. However, when he learned that the school was going to close down due to the attacks and that Dumbledore, then the Transfiguration teacher, was keeping a closer and closer watch on him, he had no choice but to cease the attacks and frame Hagrid for doing it. Not wanting to waste all the years he had spent on figuring out where the chamber was and how to get to it, he left behind a diary containing the memory of his 16-year-old self, in hopes that it would one day fall into the hands of an unsuspecting victim who would help him finish his work. Ginny had been writing in the diary all year. Riddle had written back sympathetically, and Ginny grew to confess her fears, hopes, and feelings to him. She essentially poured some of her soul into him, which was exactly what he wanted. He gradually grew more powerful and eventually managed to pour some of his soul back into her, possessing her and using her body to open the chamber and launch the new series of attacks. However, Ginny eventually became suspicious of the diary and decided to get rid of it by flushing it down the toilet in Myrtle Warren's bathroom. This is when Harry found it. When Ginny saw Harry with the diary on Valentine's Day, she panicked and worried that Riddle had told all of her secrets to Harry, so she stole it back from Harry's dormitory. It began taking control of her again, but this time with the intention of killing Harry, so he had Ginny write her own farewell on the wall and come down to wait, luring Harry to the rescue and consequently his doom. Riddle then summoned the basilisk and commanded it to kill Harry. However, Fawkes was not as defenseless as one might initially think, and pecked at the basilisk's eyes, thus preventing its gaze from killing. The basilisk was still able to smell Harry, however, and remained very dangerous in desperation. Harry put on the sorting hat, wishing against hope for help. Instead of an answer, Harry had a heavy sword with a hilt embedded with rubies fall on his head from inside the hat. After numerous missed strikes from the blinded basilisk, Harry thrusted the sword into the roof of its mouth, killing it. However, one of its poisonous fangs sank into his arm, injecting a deadly poison. While Riddle gloated over his win, Fawkes proceeded to cry on the wound, and Harry was instantly cured. Harry then stabbed the diary 3 times with the basilisk fang to rid himself of Riddle, unknowingly destroying one of Voldemort's Horcruxes in the process. Riddle's manifestation exploded, therefore foiling his attempt to return to life. Ink began pouring out of the book like blood and the memory of Riddle faded out of existence. Ginny immediately stirred and woke up, quite distraught. Harry and Ginny traveled back through the chamber to find Ron and Lockhart had no idea of who or where he was, as the memory charm erased his memories. Harry expressed his concern that he belonged in Slytherin. Dumbledore revealed that Voldemort transferred some of his powers to Harry when he gave him his scar, explaining his ability to speak Parseltongue. He asked Harry why he thought the sorting hat put him in Gryffindor, if he had so many Slytherin qualities, and Harry admitted that the only reason it did was because he had asked it to. Dumbledore confirmed this and told Harry that it is our choices rather than our abilities that reveal who we truly are. He also commended Harry for showing him real loyalty in the chamber, for only that could have called Fawkes to his aid. He pointed out to the sword Harry had drawn out of the hat. Harry now noticed it had Godric Gryffindor's name on it. Dumbledore said that only a true Gryffindor would be able to draw it out. Dumbledore and Malfoy had a calm and venomous interchange, respectively, during which Dumbledore and Harry, with the help of Dobby's unspoken hints, essentially exposed Lucius sneaking Riddle's diary, one of his illegal artifacts, into Ginny's school things during the fight with Arthur at Flourish and Blots. This was supposed to frame Ginny for the attacks, with heavy implications on the Muggle Protection Act that Arthur Weasley had been suggesting. Malfoy dared Dumbledore to prove his accusation, and while the headmaster has insufficient evidence to do that, he cautioned Malfoy against orchestrating further such plots. Knowing that a master could release his house elf by giving them some clothes, Harry tricked Malfoy into freeing Dobby by giving Malfoy one of his own socks, which he promptly threw away, and was caught by Dobby. After discovering Harry's trick, Malfoy attempted to kill Harry, only to be stopped by Dobby. Dobby thanked Harry dearly for freeing him and left. At the ending feast, Dumbledore announced his school treat of cancelling all final exams, much to Hermione's dismay, and that Lockhart would not return to Hogwarts. Harry's third year in 1993 started out almost as bad as the year prior, and gradually got data purge. Throughout the summer, the Dursleys became so fearful of his magical abilities getting exposed that they banned him from talking to the neighbors immediately after his return home to them. They even went as far as punishing him for giving their phone number to his friends, as evident to Harry getting reprimanded by Uncle Vernon when the latter received a call from Ron. This, however, did not prevent Harry from studying magic every night by sneaking his school supplies and hiding them in his room one night, while Aunt Petunia and Dudley were out admiring Vernon's new company car. Furthermore, he had little contact with his friends, nor any news from the wizarding world since the phone incident. but Hedwig was allowed out of her padlocked cage because the Dursleys could no longer take the noise she made in boredom. On 31 July, Harry's 13th birthday, the Dursleys forgot about his birthday, for they were too busy preparing for a visit from Aunt Marge. The sight of a copy of the Daily Prophet among the mail from Errol interested Harry, as it said that Ron had returned from a trip to Egypt to visit his oldest brother Bill Weasley, a curse breaker of Gringotts, for which Arthur Weasley paid using 700 galleons he won in the Daily Prophet Grand Prize galleon draw. The article also showcased a picture of the Weasleys standing in front of a pyramid. It was there that Ron bought Harry the most fascinating present, a sneakoscope, which was sold for tourists. He also received birthday presents from Hermione and Hagrid as well. When his Hogsmeade permission form was delivered, Harry was worried of the trouble he'll probably go through in order to persuade his aunt or uncle to sign it. They agreed to do so the next morning, but only if he behaved during Marge's visit. However, Marge began insulting the memory of Harry's mother at the dinner table 3 days later, describing her as a bad egg, who ran off with a scoundrel and left the Dursleys with Harry as the result in front of them. Harry lost his temper to this, inadvertently making Marge's wine glass explode. The insults then shifted to his father on the final day of her visit, making him very upset to such an extent that he ended up losing all control of his magic powers and accidentally inflated her with the inflating charm. Vernon ordered his nephew to return Marge to her original form, but Harry refused and instead packed up his school things and left the house. He fled out of fear of being expelled from Hogwarts by the Ministry of Magic for using underage magic outside school, something he had already been warned about. Later that night, Harry was picked up off the curb of Magnolia Crescent by the triple-decker wizard transport, the Night Bus, which was sent to drive him as 2 members of the Ministry's accidental magic reversal squad were dispatched to deflate and obliviate Marge. During the ride to the Leaky Cauldron, the bus's conductor Stan Shunpike gave him a copy of the Daily Prophet with its front-page story being about the Ministry's continuing struggle to recapture Sirius Black, a convicted Voldemort supporter who recently escaped from the wizard prison Azkaban, the first person ever to have done so, after spending 12 years there for the mass murder of 13 people with a single blasting curse. They arrived at their destination to find a relieved Cornelius Fudge waiting at the restaurant door to welcome Harry in for a meeting. To Harry's relief, though, the Minister for Magic did not take any action against him, since accidental uses of magic did not count as violation to the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, but described the choice of running away as very irresponsible, despite putting the ministry in a right flap. As a generous measure, Fudge booked the young wizard a room in the Leaky Cauldron Inn for the rest of the summer, though this made something about Fudge's tone spike Harry's suspicion. While in Diagon Alley, Harry found it very interesting to learn from the saleswoman behind the counter that most rats have an expected lifespan of 3 years. He found this odd, since Scabbers originally belonged to Ron's older brother, Percy Weasley. Thus, Scabbers lived much longer than Ron could remember, at least 12 years. As Ron declined the saleswoman's offer to buy a sleek black rat as a replacement, a half-Kneazle cat named Crookshanks tried to attack Scabbers, who scurried away to hide in a waste paper bin outside Quality Quidditch Supplies with his owner and Harry following. Hermione spent the early birthday money from her parents to buy the tonic and Crookshanks, much to Ron's displeasure. When the rat tonic was misplaced somewhere around the Leaky Cauldron salon later that night, Harry volunteered to search for it there, while Ron was busy helping Percy search for his new head boy badge in their room at the inn. But the conversation which a worried Molly Weasley was having with her husband soon caught his attention. So Harry listened to what they were saying about Sirius Black's escape and what connection it had to Harry himself. According to Mr. Weasley, when Voldemort met his downfall, Black lost everything he hoped to gain, but to that day he remained a faithful servant to the Dark Lord's cause. The Ministry feared that the killer's motive was to use Harry to return his master to full strength, as evident from the report from Fudge's inspection of Azkaban, saying that Black was repeatedly muttering, "He's at Hogwarts," in his sleep. This shook Harry a little to the realization that Fudge let him go because he was relieved to see Harry all right after running away. Though he was convinced that Hogwarts was a safe haven because of the presence of Albus Dumbledore, the senior Weasleys agreed that Black could break into the school if he could break out of his Azkaban. When they got onto platform 9 Tabintar, Mr. Weasley moved Harry aside to tell him not to go looking for Black. But Harry claimed that he would never look for someone who wanted him killed. He, Ron, and Hermione found only one empty compartment on the Hogwarts Express, but had to share with a friend of Harry's parents, Remus Lupin, who was recently appointed Hogwarts' new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Harry told his friends of what he heard about Black coming after him, until the train stopped almost halfway to Hogwarts, letting one of the Dementors, a gliding wraith capable of feeding on human happiness to cause depression and madness to anyone near it via mental energy draining, used as the Azkaban guards aboard to determine if Black himself was hiding on it. At some point, Ginny and Neville entered the trio's compartment, as the presence of the Dementors frightened them. Only Harry and Ginny Weasley were the most affected by the creature, since he had the worst past involving the night Voldemort killed his parents, and she had the worst experience of being under the control of the sentient memory within Voldemort's old-school diary the year before, and were about to fall victim to its fatal kiss. When Lupin cast a Patronus charm which drove it away, Harry fainted to the sound of his mother screaming, but recovered when Lupin gave him a piece of chocolate to feel better, and sent a letter ahead to Professor Minerva McGonagall saying he was ill. Lessons started the next day. Harry, Ron, and Hermione headed to the North Tower for their first divination lesson. They met Sybil Trelawney, who predicted future events using tea leaves. Harry saw a black dog in his teacup, which Trelawney identified as the Grim, the omen of death. This worried Harry, as he remembered the black dog he saw when he ran away. While in Transfiguration, Professor Minerva McGonagall assured Harry that Trelawney had predicted the deaths of a number of students, none of whom have died. Hermione was taking nearly twice as many classes, including some taught at the same time. While Lupin's lessons were enjoyable, Hagrid soon became dreary. In their Care of Magical Creatures lesson, Hagrid taught them about hippogriffs. Although initially nervous, Harry successfully approached and rode a grey hippogriff named Buckbeak. Draco Malfoy deliberately provoked the hippogriff into attacking him. This in turn caused Draco to tell his father of the provoked attack. Lucius Malfoy then filed a complaint against Hagrid. Lucius filed this complaint with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, more specifically the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. Meanwhile, tensions grew between Hermione and Ron over Crookshanks's continuing habit of trying to harm Scabbers. Harry learnt that Black had been sighted near Hogwarts. During a potions lesson, Malfoy hinted that Black may be connected to Harry's past. In Defense Against the Dark Arts, Lupin taught the third years about boggarts, shapeshifters that took the shape of a person's worst fear. The class then took on the boggart, forcing it to assume a shape they find amusing. When it came to Harry's turn, the boggart turned into a Dementor, but Lupin jumped in and repelled the boggart for him. Faced by Lupin, the boggart took the shape of a bright glowing orb. Harry was disappointed that Lupin did not let him fight the boggart, thinking that Lupin felt he was not up to the task. In October, the Gryffindor Quidditch team practiced hard for the upcoming Quidditch season, especially since this was their team captain Oliver Wood's final year at Hogwarts. Oliver believed that despite the misfortune which occurred during the previous year, their team should be able to win the Quidditch Cup before he graduates. Third years were also visiting Hogsmeade on Halloween, and only Harry was not allowed, because his uncle and aunt did not sign his permission form. Harry spent the day in Lupin's office drinking tea with him. Lupin told him that he did not let Harry face the boggart because he did not want the boggart to become Lord Voldemort. Shortly afterwards, Snape appeared with a mysterious potion for Lupin. Lupin claimed to simply have an illness and that he was aided by the potion. A few hours later, Ron and Hermione returned from Hogsmeade. They reached the portrait of the fat lady and saw that it was slashed and that the fat lady was gone. Using his animagus form, Sirius was able to enter the castle undetected. He made his way unseen all the way up to the entrance of Gryffindor Tower and changed back to his true form. However, the fat lady would not let him in without the password. Frustrated, Black slashed her portrait and fled. Peeves revealed Black to be the attacker and that he had seen the fat lady fleeing through other portraits. Albus Dumbledore, Percy Weasley, and August Filch then went to locate her. During the last weekend before the holidays, while the eligible students visited Hogsmeade, Harry was yet again not able to go. To bring some Christmas cheer to Harry, Fred and George revealed that they knew secret passages in and out of Hogwarts. They gave Harry the Marauder's map as a Christmas present and instructed him on how to use it. It showed Hogwarts' secret passages, corridors, classrooms, offices, common rooms, etc., as well as every person's location within the castle and the grounds. Harry used the Marauder's map to sneak into Hogsmeade. He then met Ron and Hermione in Honeydukes, where they were discussing what kind of sweets to get Harry. They visited the Three Broomsticks, a pub run by Madame Rosmerta, when Cornelius Fudge, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, and Rubeus Hagrid arrived. Harry hid underneath their table to avoid being seen. Harry used a tunnel to sneak into Hogsmeade Village. While sneaking back into the school, he overheard a disturbing conversation that had a severe impact on his mental state. Sirius Black was his parents' best friend and was his godfather and legal guardian. Black was the Potter's secret keeper, and he allegedly divulged the Potter's secret whereabouts to Lord Voldemort and murdered their friend Peter Pettigrew, as well as 12 Muggle bystanders. Peter left a finger to prove that he had been killed with the 12 Muggles. After several Dementors approached Harry during a Quidditch match, causing him to faint and fall off his broomstick. Albus Dumbledore stopped Harry's fall, but his Nimbus 2000 flew into the Whomping Willow and was destroyed, much to Harry's dismay. At Christmas, Harry received a new superb Firebolt broomstick, although Hermione suspected Black was the anonymous donor. She reported it to Professor Minerva McGonagall, who confiscated the broom for testing. Harry and Ron were furious with Hermione, and they stopped speaking to her. When the broom was returned some months later, the two boys tried to make up with her, but it went wrong when Ron discovered Scabbers was missing. Ron blamed Crookshanks because he found cat hairs and blood on his dormitory floor. The perceived loss of Scabbers upset Ron greatly. The twins and Harry were unable to cheer Ron up. Harry started his lessons with Lupin. Lupin told Harry that the spell to drive off Dementors is called the Patronus Charm. Lupin then instructed him in how to cast one, and lets him practice on a boggart. Harry failed to produce a Patronus at first. This, however, was to be expected. The Patronus Charm was well beyond OWL standard. During his first lesson, Harry learned that Lupin was a friend of his father James during their days at Hogwarts, and that he knew Sirius Black as well. By February, Harry had become quite good at producing a Patronus after a few lessons, but did not master it entirely. At the end of a lesson, Lupin explained the concept of a Dementor's kiss and revealed that it would be Black's punishment, as an article in the Daily Prophet confirmed that the Ministry gave the Dementors permission to use the kiss on Black when they find him. While thinking about the horror of the punishment, Harry ran into McGonagall on his way back to Gryffindor Tower. McGonagall gave Harry back the firebolt, which had been proven not to be jinxed, and suggested that he practice with it before the match. Harry met up with Ron, and they decided to go make up with Hermione. Outside Gryffindor Tower, they bumped into Neville, who was in trouble because he lost a list. After the pair let him in, Neville told Harry and Ron that he made a list of the passwords for Gryffindor Tower because Sir Cadogan was still changing them twice a day, but somehow they got lost. Harry attempted to patch things up with Hermione, but Scabbers disappeared after they arrived at Gryffindor Tower, ruining any chance for Ron and Hermione's reconciliation. As March arrived, a new Quidditch match approached, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Harry spent the last practice session before the match getting used to his firebolt. During the game, just as Harry was about to catch the snitch, fourth-year seeker Cho Chang screamed. Harry looked around and saw 3 Dementors in the stands. He reacted instantly, sending a full-fledged Patronus at the Dementors. Harry caught the snitch before Cho Chang, which led to Gryffindor winning the match. Gryffindor would later play Slytherin and win the Quidditch Cup. As they were walking up the path, they thought they heard Buckbeak executed, when all of a sudden, Scabbers bit Ron, and Ron chased him to the Whomping Willow. A large dog attacked Ron and dragged him and Scabbers into a hole at the tree's base. Harry and Hermione followed, finding a tunnel leading to the Shrieking Shack. Inside, Harry confronted Sirius Black, who, as an unregistered, and therefore illegal, animagus, could transform into an animal at will. Lupin, who spotted the group on the Marauders map, suddenly burst in and embraced his old friend Black. Harry, Ron, and Hermione refused to believe that Pettigrew was alive, pointing out that he was murdered by Black. Black denied this, and Lupin convinced him to tell Harry the truth of what happened. Lupin told the story about his time at Hogwarts. He had been bitten as a child, and Dumbledore took precautions for his stay at Hogwarts, having the Shrieking Shack and the passage leading to it built to provide Lupin with a safe place to transform. The Whomping Willow was planted on the entrance to the tunnel to prevent anyone from running into the transformed Lupin. The rumors that the Hogsmeade residents started about the shack being haunted by violent ghosts were allowed to spread to keep people from guessing that it was actually a werewolf making those sounds. Eventually, Lupin's friends, Sirius, Pettigrew, and James Potter, discovered Lupin's secret and became animagi to support him. Sirius became a dog to keep Lupin under control with James, and Pettigrew became a rat so he could disable the willow by scurrying under its branches and touching a certain spot on its trunk. Lupin admitted that he has not told Dumbledore about Sirius being an animagus, as it would have meant admitting that he had betrayed his trust and led 3 students into illegally becoming animagi. He also revealed the reason for Snape's animosity towards him during the year. During their days at school, Sirius had played a near-fatal trick on Snape involving Lupin in his transformed form, but James saved him. Snape thought both of them were involved with Sirius's trick. Just then, Snape arrived using Harry's invisibility cloak, which he had left at the foot of the Whomping Willow. Snape was knocked out by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who all tried to disarm Snape at the same time. Harry was skeptical until Black and Lupin forced Pettigrew back into his human form. This came as a huge shock to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. It was especially shocking to Ron, as Scabbers had been his pet for the last 3 years and had slept in their dormitory. Black then explained he discovered that Pettigrew was still alive and escaped Azkaban to seek revenge, as well as to make sure that Pettigrew could not harm Harry. Harry stopped Black and Lupin from murdering Pettigrew, believing that his father would not have wanted his 2 best friends to become killers. Hermione revealed to Harry that she was entrusted with a time-traveling device called a time turner, which was how she was able to attend so many classes. Prompted by Dumbledore, she and Harry traveled 3 hours into the past, watching themselves go through the night's previous events. They freed Buckbeak and returned to the Whomping Willow. As the Dementors were about to attack the other Harry and Sirius, Harry realized that the mysterious figure he saw earlier was actually himself. He cast the powerful Patronus that repelled the Dementors. Harry and Hermione freed Black, who escaped on Buckbeak, as they rushed back to where they were before. As they saw Dumbledore exiting the hospital wing, they completed their journey. After Sirius was revealed to have once again escaped, Severus Snape burst into the hospital wing and blamed Harry, but left when he was unable to convince anyone without any proof. Fudge said he would remove the Dementors because they tried to perform their kiss on Harry. Draco Malfoy was furious that Buckbeak escaped, while Hagrid was ecstatic. Professor Lupin resigned after Snape accidentally revealed that he was a werewolf. Harry visited Lupin in his office, during which the map was returned to him. When Harry told Dumbledore about Professor Trelawney's prophecy, Dumbledore encouraged him to not feel guilty about letting Pettigrew live. On the train back, Harry received a letter from Sirius, telling him that he sent him the firebolt, and included a letter giving Harry permission to visit Hogsmeade. The letter was delivered by a small minute owl which Sirius gives to Ron as a replacement for Scabbers. The owl was later named Pigwidgeon by Ginny. Harry woke up from a nightmare at the Dursleys' house on Privet Drive. He experienced a vivid dream regarding Muggle Frank Bryce. Bryce had learned of Voldemort's plans to reward Pettigrew for his help in capturing Bertha Jorkins. Jorkins was a Ministry employee who Voldemort extracted information from before murdering. Frank was eventually discovered by Voldemort's snake Nagini. The Dark Lord, unhappy that the elderly gardener was spying on him, cast the killing curse, ending the elderly gardener's life, after which Harry woke up with his scar hurting and considered writing to his friends and even Dumbledore, but eventually decided to write a letter to Sirius. He did not mention the dream, just that his scar was hurting, and planned to send the letter once Hedwig returned. The next day, a letter from Mrs. Weasley addressed to the Dursleys arrived, and she asked if Harry could join Hermione and the Weasley family to go to the Quidditch World Cup final between Ireland and Bulgaria. The letter upset Vernon and he intentionally said no, but one mention of Sirius Black was enough to convince him to let Harry go. Harry immediately wrote back to Ron, and on Sunday afternoon, the Weasleys attempted to use flu powder to access the Dursley household. They did this unaware that the Dursleys had an electric fireplace, which resulted in Mr. Weasley destroying half the sitting room. One of the twins purposely dropped a Tum-Tum toffee as a means of product testing, which Dudley ate. Things only got worse from that point forward and resulted in Vernon throwing figurines at Mr. Weasley. On 25 August 1994, Harry, the Weasley family, besides Mrs. Weasley, and Hermione Granger attended the Quidditch World Cup. At Stoteshead Hill, Cedric Diggory and his father, Amos, joined them. Once at the campgrounds, they met Ludo Bagman, Barty Crouch-Sinner, with his house elf Winky, and many other Hogwarts students and their families, including Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, Oliver Wood, and Draco Malfoy. They were able to see the match between the Irish and Bulgarian national teams up close, because Harry, the Weasleys, and Hermione had seats in the top box, thanks to a favor Mr. Weasley had done for Ludo Bagman. It was during this World Cup that Harry learned of the existence of foreign wizarding schools, something he had not given any thought to before the Cup. The night after the match, while the Irish team supporters were still celebrating, a group of black-cloaked hooded figures held terrifying celebrations of their own by suspending the Muggle campsite manager and his family in air like twisted marionettes done via Levicorpus. They also proceeded to pillage and destroy everything in sight. On Mr. Weasley's orders, Harry fled into the woods near the campsite, along with Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny. The group was separated in the woods, and the trio were on their own. In the chaos, Harry had lost his wand. He speculated that it must have fallen out of his pocket at some point. The trio ran into Draco Malfoy in the woods, and he all but told them that his father was among the cloaked wizards. Malfoy also gave a nasty bit of advice to the trio regarding Hermione's blood status, saying that she would be safer out of the hooded figure's sight. Later, Harry learned that Barty Crouch Jr. had stolen his wand from his pocket. While in a clearing in the woods, Harry, Ron, and Hermione heard someone shout the incantation Morsmordre, casting the Dark Mark, a green skull with a snake protruding from its mouth like a tongue into the sky. Although Harry did not immediately recognize its significance, he soon learned that the Dark Mark had evil implications. Then Barty Crouch Sr., Amos Diggory, and other Ministry of Magic employees apparated into the clearing and began to question Harry, Ron, and Hermione about the Dark Mark. After Harry mentioned he had heard another voice conjure the Dark Mark, the Ministry employees searched the area and found the house elf Winky unconscious in the bushes. Since Harry's wand was found in Winky's hand, Mr. Crouch fired her for bringing shame to his family. During the first lesson with Moody on a Thursday, he revealed that he would only be staying for the year and decided to show the fourth-year Gryffindors the unforgivable curses. Despite some fear amongst the students, especially Neville, who needed comfort from both the trio and Moody after the lesson, Moody later lent Neville a herbology book to cheer him up. Moody showed the entire class the three curses using spiders as his test subjects: the Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse. He also revealed that the use of these spells would gain the user a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Around Halloween, the students from Bulbaton Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute arrived at the school. The arrival of famous international Quidditch star Victor Krum caused a lot of excitement, particularly among girls. Victor Krum, Fleur Delacour, and Cedric Diggory were all chosen to represent their respective schools in this tournament. However, Harry was mysteriously chosen as a fourth competitor. This came as a shock for all those present, due to the fact that he was underage and that he never entered his name into the Goblet of Fire during the selection process. Many people, even Ron and fellow Gryffindors, did not believe Harry's story. They thought this to be nothing but another attempt to gain even more fame and eternal glory. This caused extreme tension between the two friends, and they did not speak again for a long time. Ron started spending more time with Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan. Hermione, on the other hand, accepted his story without question and explained the reason behind Ron's recent actions towards Harry, stating that it stemmed from jealousy. She later assisted Harry in preparing for the tournament by teaching him useful spells such as the summoning charm. Harry used this charm in the first task of the tournament. The champions were to face 3 dangerous challenges on their way to the Triwizard Cup. These challenges were in correspondence to the 4 elements. A few days after his name unexpectedly came out of the goblet, Harry attended the wand-weighing ceremony, where his wand was inspected. After examining the other champions' wands, Ollivander examined Harry's and deemed it in perfect condition. After the champions and judges went through a long photo shoot, Harry went to dinner and then returned to Gryffindor Tower. Once in the tower, Ron told him that he had an owl and that their detention started later. The letter was from Sirius telling Harry he would contact him on 22 November at 1. Harry must be alone at the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room at that time. There, the notorious Daily Prophet reporter Rita Skeeter asked him many leading questions, took everything he said out of context, and wrote a ludicrous article about him and Hermione. This article was titled Harry Potter's Secret Heartache. The piece claimed that Hermione was Harry's girlfriend and that she was toying around with him by seeking the affections of Victor Krum, who himself was very much smitten with her. Harry faced even more turmoil during this time, as the majority of the student body was making everyday life difficult for him. Hufflepuff believed that Harry was stealing the spotlight from their house, and Draco Malfoy was doing everything in his power to make Harry even more miserable. He accomplished this by making and mass-producing Potter Stinks badges, which many students proceeded to wear around. Malfoy had also taken to commenting and reading aloud Rita Skeeter's articles every chance he got, making Harry very uncomfortable. 4 different dragons were chosen for each of the champions to face. On 24 November, Fleur ended up with the common Welsh green, Cedric with the Swedish short snout, Victor Krum with the Chinese fireball, and Harry faced the Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous of the 4. Harry used a summoning charm to bring him his firebolt and dodged the Hungarian horntail to get the golden egg. Harry escaped the dangerous task with a mild cut to the arm, due to being grazed by one of the horntail spikes. Harry proved to be the fastest when it came to capturing his egg, which earned him a compliment from Professor McGonagall. He and Victor Krum tied for first at the end of the task. After seeing how dangerous the task was, Ron decided that Harry did not put his own name in the goblet. He also came to the conclusion that someone was trying to kill Harry and made amends with him after months of not speaking. Harry was so relieved that Ron had come to his senses that he instantly forgave him. While at the ball, both Harry and Ron ended up neglecting their dates. Harry watched show with Cedric and Ron was overcome with jealousy for Victor Krum, who danced with Hermione. After the Yule Ball, Rita Skeeter struck again. She had overheard Hagrid telling Madame Maxime about his family and his heritage. She then wrote an article exposing Hagrid as a half-giant, and he was so ashamed that he stopped teaching and stopped coming to meals in the Great Hall. Dumbledore tried to bring him around by visiting his hut, but to no avail. Only after Harry, Ron, and Hermione proved that they still liked and that it did not matter to them that he was half-giant did he finally return to his post. To prepare for the second task, Harry was told that he had to open the egg he had won from the dragon, but every time he did, it let out a horrifying screech. His rescue from that particular problem came when Cedric Diggory paid him back with the information that he would figure it out if he were to mull things over in the hot water with the egg. Harry reluctantly followed this advice and decided to take a bath in the prefect's bathroom. He had an uncomfortable exchange with Moaning Myrtle, and on the way back to the common room, he ran into Professors Snape and Moody. The letter informed Harry of Barty Crouch Senior's obsession with catching dark wizards. Harry learned that the second task was going into the Black Lake to rescue the thing they would miss most from the Merpeople. Harry's new problem was how he was going to survive underwater for an hour. He got his answer in the form of gillyweed from Dobby, who had come to work at Hogwarts. The second task took place on 24 February. Harry was able to save Ron, but when he reached him, he was shocked to find Hermione, Cho, and Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's sister, there as well. After the other hostages were rescued, Harry hung around and saved Gabrielle, as well as Ron. The judges were then informed that Harry reached the hostages first. He was outside the hour that had been allotted, although doing so earned him extra points for moral fiber. After the second task had finished, Harry and Cedric were tied for first, Victor was in second, and Fleur was in last place. After Harry was mysteriously entered in the Triwizard Tournament, Sirius hid in a cave near Hogsmeade, where Harry, Ron, and Hermione occasionally visited him, and provided mostly moral support to Harry during this time. Sirius warned him about Igor Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, telling Harry that Karkaroff used to be a Death Eater, and that he gave up a considerable number of names in exchange for his freedom. Harry told Sirius about seeing the name Bartemius Crouch appear on the Marauders map when he was working on the second clue. Sirius admitted that it was fishy, but told Harry to focus on the task at hand and leave the mystery surrounding Crouch to others. A month before the final task, the champions were shown the beginnings of the challenge. Harry and Cedric both expressed horror at the sight of the Quidditch pitch being turned into the hedge maze, but were quickly reassured by Bagman that it would be put right after the tournament. They were told the third and final task was going into a maze filled with obstacles to find the Triwizard Cup. On the way back to the castle, Krum took Harry aside to ask him something, thinking that this was something important. Harry went with him. Krum then asked Harry about his relationship with Hermione, in whom Krum was deeply interested. Harry told him that there was nothing between him and Hermione, and that she was just a friend. He also told Krum not to believe anything. Rita Skeeter, who had recently written in Witch Weekly that there was a Harry-Hermione-Krum love triangle, wrote about him. This supposed love triangle also led to Hermione receiving numerous amounts of hate mail. At that moment, Barty Crouch Senior appeared in the forest, disoriented, and asking for Dumbledore. He disappeared when Harry went to fetch Dumbledore. During a divination lesson, Harry passed out and had a vision of Voldemort being informed of someone's death and him torturing Wormtail for failing to prevent someone from escaping. Harry awoke with his scar badly hurting and pretended he needed to go to the hospital wing. He actually went to see Dumbledore. Once in the headmaster's office, Harry overheard an argument between Dumbledore, Moody, and Cornelius Fudge regarding the Barty Crouch situation. Fudge refused to believe the words that Crouch said about Bertha Jorkins being dead, and, while debating what had happened to Crouch, Fudge suggested that Madame Maxime was the likely culprit given her half-giant physiology. Dumbledore then accused the minister of acting on personal prejudice, which he ignored due to Dumbledore's friendship with Hagrid. Moody interrupted the debate to explain that Harry had arrived. Harry was left alone in the office after Dumbledore, Fudge, and Moody left to examine the school grounds. While looking around, Harry noticed Dumbledore's pensieve. Through curiosity, Harry peered in and ended up looking into 3 of Dumbledore's memories from the days immediately after the end of the First Wizarding War. The first was the trial of Igor Karkaroff, in which he renounced his support of the Death Eaters and gave the names of existing Death Eaters, including Snape. Dumbledore in the memory stated that Snape had defected the Death Eaters and was a spy against Voldemort and no longer a threat. The second memory showed the trial of Ludo Bagman, who was accused of passing information to Voldemort, but his popularity quickly cleared him. The third was the trial of the Lestrangers, Bellatrix, Rudolphus, and Rabaston, and Crouch's son, for the use of the Cruciatus Curse on Alice and Frank Longbottom. Crouch sentenced them all to a lifetime in Azkaban. Harry successfully navigated the maze with the aid of the 4-point spell. He got past both a blast-ended Scroot and a Boggart disguised as a Dementor. Along the way, he heard Fleur scream. Harry rescued Cedric, who had been attacked by an bewitched Krum. Harry managed to stun Krum and send out a signal for Krum to be rescued before he and Cedric moved on. Harry managed to pass a Sphinx by answering her riddle. During this final event, Harry saved Cedric from an acromantula, and Cedric, being grateful, offered Harry the cup. Both Hogwarts champions then showed supreme sportsmanship and cooperation despite the tension brought on by the maze. They agreed to touch the Triwizard Cup simultaneously, as it would be a Hogwarts victory either way, which would result in tie for first place. Harry and Cedric were unaware that the cup was actually a portkey and were transported to the graveyard in Little Hangleton. This graveyard was the Riddle family's final resting place, where Lord Voldemort was waiting. Just as Harry and Cedric are trying to figure out what happened, someone appears and Harry's scar begins hurting again. Acting on Voldemort's orders, his servant Wormtail murdered Cedric with the killing curse. Harry saw a flash of green light and heard Cedric's body hit the graveyard's ground with a thud. Harry is then dragged to a large marble tombstone with the name Tom Riddle engraved upon where he is bound. From there he was forced to witness a ritual in which Pettigrew used some of Harry's blood to restore Voldemort's body. The Death Eaters were summoned to the cemetery. After his Death Eaters arrive, Voldemort spends time criticizing them for failing to seek him out during these last 30 years, even though they knew that he had found a way to escape mortal death. He then rewards Wormtail for aiding with his rebirth by creating a new silver hand for him. The Dark Lord identifies more Death Eaters and reveals that this servant who is at Hogwarts has ensured that Harry would win the tournament and be brought to the graveyard. Voldemort then frees the injured and weakened Harry and orders him to face him in a duel, wishing to prove who among the two is stronger in front of his minions now that there is no one around to protect Harry. When Harry refused to observe the formalities of a wizard's duel, Voldemort used the Imperious Curse to force Harry to bow to him. Voldemort then tortured him by subjecting him to the Cruciatus Curse and attempted to use the Imperious Curse again, but Harry was able to resist it the second time. When it didn't work, he tried to murder Harry using the Killing Curse. Harry fired back with the Disarming Charm. The nature of their wand's mystical connection caused their magical streams to interlock, which created an effect called Priori Incantatum, the reverse spell effect. Harry and Voldemort then engaged in a battle of will. After Harry was momentarily shielded by the echoes of Lord Voldemort's previous victims, including Harry's parents and Cedric. Cedric's echo asked Harry to return his body to his parents. This bought Harry some time to grab Cedric's body and the portkey. Chaos erupted when an exhausted Harry returned to Hogwarts with Cedric's dead body in tow. Mad-Eye Moody then took Harry to his office. It was uncovered that Barty Crouch Jr., who had willingly taken the Dark Mark as a young man, was throughout the school year disguised as Moody. Crouch, disguised as Moody, tried to interrogate him about Voldemort's return. He wanted to murder Harry, but Albus Dumbledore and several other members of the Hogwarts staff arrived to stop him. Under the influence of Veritaserum, Crouch confessed everything. In a terrible turn of fate, Crouch's soul was extracted by the Dementor's kiss from the Dementor that accompanied Cornelius Fudge. Fudge felt that his personal safety was in jeopardy, hence why he brought the Dementor. As a result, Crouch Jr. could not give testimony, and the Ministry of Magic began to dispute Harry's and Dumbledore's insistence that Voldemort had returned. The minister refused to believe Harry's account of Voldemort's return, even when he was supported by Albus Dumbledore. This was due to Fudge not wanting the peace and tranquility they worked so hard for to be destabilized by this announcement. The ministry publicly denied the Dark Lord's return and branded Harry and Dumbledore either liars or nutters in the press. Voldemort and his Death Eaters took advantage of this to operate in secret, while Dumbledore called for a reconstitution of the Order of the Phoenix. Witnessing Cedric Diggory's murder was very difficult for Harry, and it was not helpful that he was forced back to number 4 Privet Drive in the school holidays. He suffered constant nightmares and flashbacks. Also, his friends, Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger, seemed to block him from information, and he was blocked entirely from the wizarding world, except for the Daily Prophet that said that Harry was wrong. To make things worse than they were already, on 2 August, someone sent Dementors to attack Harry in the Muggle town of Little Whinging, in an attempt to neutralize him. He was forced to perform a Patronus charm in order to save Dudley and himself. After Harry explained to the Dursleys about the Dementor's abilities, Vernon blamed Harry and was ready to throw Harry out. He had always yearned to do so since the family received Harry, when Petunia received a howler. Before she had an opportunity to open the letter, it burst into flames and a menacing voice said, "Remember my last, Petunia." Petunia then immediately convinced her husband to let Harry remain at Privet Drive and told him that he needed to stay in his room. Harry, having no idea of what was going on, retreated to his room and proceeded to stay there. Subsequently, Harry was formally accused of performing underage magic in the presence of a Muggle and was expelled. But thanks to Albus Dumbledore's intervention, This was changed to a disciplinary hearing in front of the entire Wizengamot at the Ministry of Magic on 12 August. In a further attempt to discredit Harry, the Ministry changed the time and location of the hearing at the last minute, but Harry was able to make it there just minutes late. He was threatened with expulsion from Hogwarts, but was exonerated with help from Dumbledore, who had a witness and legal loopholes to help him. In retaliation against Dumbledore, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge appointed Dolores Umbridge, his senior undersecretary, as the new Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher so that she could spy on the school. She was later appointed Hogwarts High Inquisitor, empowered to arbitrarily change and impose school rules whenever she chose. She made numerous rules that the students were expected to follow, and if they did not, harsh punishments would be enacted. Umbridge proved to be sadistic and cruel, with a personality that resembled poisoned honey. Harry hated her on sight, and she had a deep dislike for him as well. This dislike bordered on hatred and came about because of her inability to control him. Every time Harry spoke out of turn or even mentioned Voldemort, Umbridge threw him into detention. The detentions he had with her were torturous, forcing him to write with a black quill, forced to scribe the message, "I must not tell lies." The black quill was of her own invention. It wrote with his own blood and carved the same writing into the flesh on the back of his hand. Harry had to endure numerous sessions with the quill, so many that the words became permanently carved into his hand. These detentions, however, did not sway him from his opinions or make him subservient to Umbridge. They had the opposite effect and strengthened his resolve to stand by his statements of Voldemort's return. However, Umbridge presumed the message had failed to sink in, as Harry spread the word through the Quibbler about the previous year's events, and thus he was banned from any more Hogsmeade visits. Also, once Umbridge found out that he gave the Quibbler an exclusive interview, she banned the magazine, which caused the whole student body to take an interest in it. Ron was chosen to be the male Gryffindor prefect that year instead of him. This surprised everyone, as they all believed that Harry would have gotten the badge instead of Ron. It was later revealed that Ron was chosen instead of Harry, because Dumbledore thought that Harry had enough responsibility to be going on with. Harry's jealousy threatened to affect his friendship with Ron, but he felt better when he discovered that his father was also not chosen as a prefect at school. This suggests that Harry's desire in becoming prefect was to emulate his father, who was head boy in his day, not to inflate a sense of his own importance. The trio held a meeting at the Hog's Head to discuss with other students the possibility of Harry giving them defense lessons. Harry was stunned at how many there were. Various Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and Hufflepuffs showed up, although he harbored the suspicion that a few, such as Zacharias Smith, only wanted to hear about the night Cedric Diggory was murdered. After some initial skepticism, the students started to list Harry's achievements: the rescue of the Philosopher's Stone from a disembodied Voldemort, slaying of Slytherin's basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets with the Sword of Gryffindor, ability to produce a corporeal Patronus, and winning of the Triwizard Tournament. Giving in to Hermione's persistent urgings, Harry secretly trained a group of students in practical defensive magic. In an attempt to make light of the Ministry's fears, the group called themselves Dumbledore's Army, or the DA. Aware that arranging meetings and passing the word about them verbally was not a secure method of communication, Hermione bewitched several coins with a protean charm, one for each member of the DA. When activated by Harry, the numbers on each coin would change to inform the bearer of the time and date of the next meeting. Feeling highly anxious and frustrated most of the time, Harry found that the DA was now his chief source of happiness, and the thing to which he looked forward throughout his school day. This happiness was felt by most members, as all of them, particularly Neville and the Creevy brothers, gained a lot of skills under Harry's tutelage. Harry taught the group many different spells, ranking from the simplistic disarming charm to the highly advanced Patronus charm. The class progressed at a fair rate, practicing the impediment jinx, reductor curse, stunning spell, and various other hexes and jinxes before temporarily breaking up for Christmas break. Lessons continued during the early months of 1996. The class mastered the shield charm and began to work on the Patronus charm. Some members were even able to produce corporeal Patronuses. Harry thought this might have been due to the lack of Dementors present, as there was nothing to make the students scared. Cho Chang also became a member. During the meetings, whenever Harry was near, she would become so flustered that she had difficulty casting spells correctly. Before the Christmas holidays, she and Harry were discussing how she had never been able to pull off the stunning spell before. When the room generated mistletoe, the room did this due to sensing the tension that was present. Under the mistletoe, the two kissed for the first time. This moment was confusing to Harry, as Cho, clearly still suffering from her ex-boyfriend's death, had been crying during their kiss. Cho's crying during the kiss also caused concern in Harry. Harry later informed Hermione and Ron of his disastrous first kiss, and Hermione comforted him, saying that it was not his kissing that made Cho cry. However, Harry took on some much more pressing worries later that night. Lord Voldemort, wanting a secret weapon against him, had heard of a prophecy hidden in the Ministry's Department of Mysteries concerning both of them. Voldemort had been obsessing over the door to the Hall of Prophecy for the past few months, and had been inadvertently allowing Harry to read his thoughts through legilimency. The link between Harry and Voldemort's minds had been growing stronger for quite a while. A result of this growing connection come to pass after Harry fell asleep in the boys' dormitory on the night of his kiss with Cho. Harry witnessed Nagini attack Arthur Weasley in his dream, and felt almost as if he had been the snake. Harry woke the other boys and proceeded to vomit. Professor McGonagall was immediately alerted to the problem. McGonagall then took Harry and Ron to Dumbledore's office. Realizing what could happen if the link grew more powerful, Dumbledore commissioned Snape to train Harry in occlumency in an effort to prevent further problems. Critically injured, Arthur was taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Harry, Ron, Ginny, Fred, and George took a portkey to Grimmauld Place. When they arrived at headquarters, they were greeted by Sirius, who ordered them to stay put and wait for news. Mrs. Weasley stated that Arthur survived the attack and was grateful towards Harry. Even though Arthur survived, he was required to take a blood-replenishing potion at regular intervals. Mr. Weasley also shared the ward with a man who had been bitten by a werewolf and a woman with a massive chunk out of her leg, who refused to tell the healers what had bitten her, arousing suspicions she had been handling something illegal. Hermione joined Harry and the Weasleys at Grimmauld Place for Christmas, and Percy sent back his Weasley jumper, which made his mother cry. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny discovered that Neville's parents were insane and living at St. Mungo's. They were informed of this by Neville's grandmother, who made it known that Frank and Alice were tortured by Death Eaters for information regarding Voldemort. They also saw their former defense against the dark arts professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Also, Harry finally admitted that he knew what happened to Neville's parents. Lessons were given once a week, under the guise of remedial potions, much to Harry's discomfort. Unfortunately, Harry was extremely curious about the door he kept seeing within his dreams. Under Snape's tutelage, Harry repeatedly had his mind broken into in order to train him. Snape also ordered Harry to close his mind every night as practice. Unfortunately, due to the mutual animosity between the teacher and student, Snape was unkind and discouraging in his methods, despite his own mastery of the skill. While Harry did not take Snape's lessons too seriously and neglected to practice, coupled with Harry being emotionally open at all times, the lessons did not progress much, with only rare instances where Harry was able to resist, if only briefly. If anything, having his mind repeatedly assaulted forced Harry to leave himself more vulnerable, as he barely tried to close it willingly. During a lesson in occlumency, Snape stepped out of the room, and Harry's curiosity got the best of him. He looked into the pensieve which contained Snape's memories, and, to his dismay, Harry found images of his father bullying Snape and of his mother rushing to his defense. Harry found himself siding with his mother, agreeing that James's treatment of Snape was wrong, and it bordered on being almost cruel. The conflict escalated to the point where Snape called Lily a mudblood. Snape attempted to apologize for his actions, but this incident cost him her friendship. Snape himself discovered Harry's spying. Snape refused to give him any more occlumency lessons, something that Harry was not particularly concerned about and something he did not inform anyone of. Uncovering the source behind Snape's hatred for James left Harry seeing his father in a slightly different light. He also found comfort in the fact that at least his mother appeared to be a person of strong morals, while wondering why she ever agreed to marry James in the first place. As the second term progressed, Harry's relationship with Cho became more strained. While the two did like each other, Cho was mistakenly jealous of Hermione due to the latter's closeness with Harry, and Harry still felt awkward about Cho's feelings over Cedric. When Cho's friend Marietta Edgecombe betrayed the DA to Umbridge, the members were all punished and forced to end their meetings. Harry was furious with Marietta, but Cho insisted on defending her friend. Cho even claimed that it was not Marietta's fault because she was being pressured by her mother. At this point, Cho's and Harry's relationship fell apart, and the two no longer saw each other romantically. Umbridge was appointed headmistress and imposed even tighter control. Fred and George Weasley rebelled against the new authority at the school. On one occasion, the twins released enchanted fireworks through the castle. Fred and George took it easy during the Easter holidays, but then took their rebellion to a new level. They turned a corridor of the school into a swamp to create a diversion for Harry to access the fireplace in Umbridge's office in an attempt to contact Sirius, and were cornered by Umbridge and members of the Inquisitorial Squad. In a final act of defiance, the twins summoned their brooms, openly mocked Umbridge's authority, struck the squad members with a variety of jinxes, and escaped the school to pursue a career in their joke shop with the money Harry lent them. During the final Quidditch match of the year, in which Harry did not play as Umbridge had banned him for life, Hagrid, who had returned to the school months into the term and very badly beaten, decided to show Harry and Hermione why he was so badly injured. This caused them to miss much of Gryffindor's Quidditch match. Hagrid also relayed to the trio where he had been during those months that he was away. He, along with Madame Maxime, were given a mission to the giant colony in order to persuade them to join Dumbledore and his cause. This mission proved to be a failure to the Order, as the giants chose to align with the Death Eaters due to their shared love of violence and killing. Hagrid had dragged a giant back with him from his mission over the summer. It transpired that the giant named Grop was Hagrid's half-brother on his mother's side, and that Hagrid had been attempting to civilize the giant, but with few results. He made Harry and Hermione promise that they would look after Grop should Hagrid be forced to leave the school for any reason. Hagrid was attacked and left the school during OWL examinations, and thus Harry never had to go down to Grop in the forest. Eventually, late in the OWL examinations on 18 June, while taking his History of Magic exam, Harry dozed off. He received a vision of Voldemort torturing Sirius and ordering him to get the prophecy. Harry was prepared to go to the Ministry immediately, but Hermione advised him to check Grimmauld Place first to see if Sirius was still there. Harry used the Flow network in Umbridge's office to peer into Grimmauld Place, where Creature stated that Sirius was gone. Unfortunately, Umbridge caught Harry and his friends in the act. Umbridge asked Snape to extract information from Harry through the use of Veritaserum, but Snape claimed to have none left in his stocks. Umbridge then resorted to the Cruciatus Curse, revealing that it was she who set the Dementors loose on Harry. Hermione managed to save him by luring Umbridge into the Forbidden Forest. Once in the forest, Umbridge attempted to harm Harry and Hermione, but was dragged off by centaurs for calling them filthy half-breeds, beasts, and creatures of near-human intelligence. Harry and Hermione escaped when Grop stumbled into the centaur camp looking for Hagrid. The trio, along with DA members Ginny Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Lovegood, who had assisted in Harry's attempt to contact Grimmauld Place, used Thestrals to fly to London. After reaching the Department of Mysteries, Harry led them all through various rooms in search of Sirius, without finding him. The group became doubtful until they came across a room filled with crystal balls, later to be known as prophecies. One of the prophecies had Harry's name on it, and he picked it up, much to the displeasure of Hermione. Upon picking up the prophecy, Death Eaters appeared, revealing that it was all a ruse to bring him there. Harry then attempts to buy time by fully mocking Voldemort in front of his Death Eaters, which infuriates Bellatrix. Yet Lucius stops her from hurting Potter, not through defense, but so that they can protect the prophecy. Harry still refuses to hand over the prophecy, so Lucius then begins to tease him that the prophecy holds the answer to his scar, why Voldemort wishes to kill him, and the cause of the Second Wizarding War. Just then, on Harry's signal, the 6 DA members all use the Reductor Curse to smash the shelves of prophecies, distracting the Death Eaters so that they could flee. Ron, Ginny, and Luna had taken another path, and Harry, Hermione, and Neville did not know where they were. Chaos ensued. Harry's group was chased through various rooms. When in his death chamber, all but Harry and Neville were incapacitated in the fighting. Then reinforcements from the Order of the Phoenix, alerted by Snape, arrived to help aid in the battle. In the ensuing fighting, Sirius Black was murdered by a killing curse from his cousin Bellatrix Lestrange and fell through a mysterious stone arch. Harry pursued Bellatrix using the Cruciatus Curse, but he was unable to kill her. Voldemort appeared, angered by the failures of his Death Eaters. For the second time, he attempted to fatally curse Harry, who was too transfixed to even defend himself, but Dumbledore's sudden arrival saved him. Voldemort then fully possessed Harry, hoping that Dumbledore would sacrifice Harry in order to kill Voldemort. However, Voldemort was forced to leave Harry's body when Harry's grief for Sirius became too overwhelming to bear, as Voldemort did not understand the concept of love. Voldemort then grabbed Bellatrix and disapparated, but not before the Minister and Ministry employees saw him and finally accepted that he was back. Dumbledore explained to Harry the real reason why Voldemort tried to kill him as an infant. A prophecy stated that he was destined to defeat the Dark Lord, for he had powers Voldemort did not. The ability to love, something that the Department of Mysteries was trying to research in a locked room. As a result of the battle, the Ministry of Magic realized that Lord Voldemort had indeed returned, and Harry and Dumbledore were vindicated along with Sirius, though he didn't live long enough to enjoy his freedom, but was honored as a hero by the Ministry. Serious steps were taken following this change in policy, such as the dismissal of Umbridge. However, this was not a sea of change, as the Ministry still had a mistrust of Dumbledore. Early in his summer, Dumbledore requested that Harry join him in some unknown adventure. He arrived to pick Harry up at 4 Privet Drive on a Friday, late in the evening. Harry had not informed his aunt and uncle of this development, and it came as a great surprise to them. However, they could not depart immediately, because there was a piece of business to attend to, Sirius's will. Harry inherited his godfather Sirius Black's estate. This included 12 Grimmauld Place, the Black family vault, and the Black's irritating and half-crazed house elf, Creature. Harry still retained animosity towards Creature after his involvement in Sirius's death a few months previously. He also gave Dumbledore permission to continue to use Grimmauld Place as Order headquarters. Afterwards they were off, and Dumbledore apparated Harry to the small village of Budleigh Babbitton, where Harry was introduced to Horace Slughorn. In their time together, Harry and Slughorn discussed some of the professor's old students and the improved security at Hogwarts. When Harry and Dumbledore made to leave, Slughorn agreed to return to the school if he got a raise and a larger office. Following their visit, Dumbledore dropped Harry off at the Burrow, where Harry spent the rest of the summer playing two-sided Quidditch, but not before informing Harry that he was to be given special lessons by Dumbledore himself. Later in the summer, Harry learned that he had achieved 7 OWEs. 1 outstanding, 5 exceeds expectations, and 1 acceptable. He also received a surprise when he was made captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, which put him on equal standing with prefects. Harry arrived late to the start of term feast, due to an encounter with Malfoy, in which Malfoy realized he was eavesdropping in his Hogwarts Express compartment under his invisibility cloak. Malfoy froze him with the full body bind curse and stomped on his nose, breaking it and leaving him there, unconscious, where he soon found by Nymphadora Tonks, who healed his nose and escorted him to the castle. At the feast, Harry was shocked to learn that Severus Snape had been promoted to Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. While this disappointed Harry greatly, his career as an Auror reopened, as Professor Slughorn would accept his exceeds expectations score in potions. Harry proceeded to take 5 classes this year: Charms, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Herbology, Potions, and Transfiguration. As Harry had not bothered to buy a textbook, Slughorn allowed Harry to borrow an old one from the supply cabinet. When Harry examined it, he found that it once belonged to a student identified only as the Half-Blood Prince. The book contained copious handwritten notes that helped Harry excel in potions for once. In fact, his skills won him a prize from Slughorn, a small vial of Felix Felicis, also known as liquid luck. In their first lesson, the pair delved into the origin of the boy Tom Riddle by viewing the Gaunt family that once lived around Little Hangleton. It showed a former head of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol, Bob Ogden, visiting a man named Marvolo Gaunt in order to summon his son Morphin to a ministry hearing in connection with an attack on a muggle named Tom Riddleson. A huge commotion occurred. Morphin attacked Ogden, with Marvolo stoutly defending his son's actions. Marvolo also tried to attack his daughter Merope after finding out that she had an intense infatuation with Riddle. After viewing this memory, Dumbledore told Harry that both Marvolo and Morphin were sentenced to 6 months and 3 years imprisonment respectively in Azkaban, due to their behavior. During this lesson, Harry also learned who Tom Riddle's parents were and how they came to be married. He also learned what kind of mindset the Gaunt family possessed, and how Marvolo and Morphin believed strongly in blood supremacy, something the Voldemort's mother, Merope, did not share. The Saturday following Harry's first lessons, while in the Great Hall, the trio find out, courtesy of the Daily Prophet, that Stan Shunpike has been arrested for supposed Death Eater activity. Apparently, he was overheard talking about the Death Eater's secret plans while in a pub. Harry believed that Stan most likely knew nothing regarding secret plans, as Stan had a habit of greatly exaggerating. Afterwards, Harry, as the new Gryffindor Quidditch captain, held trials to select the team for the annual Quidditch Cup. Due to Harry's popularity, it proves to be extremely taxing and difficult, with even first-years Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs turning up for the trials. The first test he administered was a basic flying test, something that proved to be a good idea as it became clear to Harry that most of the students present were not adapted flyers. After an arduous morning of tantrums, foolishness, and many complaints, Harry picked the members of his team, the 3 chasers, one of which was Ginny Weasley, who outflew all her competition and scored 17 goals, 2 beaters, and Ron Weasley as keeper. Ron had only survived the tryouts with Hermione's help, who confounded his competition, Cormac McLagan. In studying the Half-Blood Prince's book, Harry discovered numerous handwritten spells that the prince supposedly invented himself, such as Levicorpus and Muffliato. He tried these spells and became increasingly fascinated with the book, going as far as having it on him at all times. This was something that his friends were quick to comment on, stating that all he does is read that bloody book and that he practically sleeps with it. Harry even considered the book to be almost a friend, a teacher, and sort of guide. Hermione disapproved of the book, partly because some of its spells have a dark nature, but mainly because it allows Harry to outperform her in potions. 3 times Slughorn attempts to invite Harry to one of his Slug Club parties, but Harry avoids them. Throughout the autumn, Harry used Quidditch to dodge Professor Slughorn's Slug Club events, doing this because he disliked the idea and because it was kinder than leaving Ron alone, as Hermione had been invited as well. In October, during a Hogsmeade visit, Katie Bell was nearly killed after being bewitched to carry a cursed necklace to Dumbledore. Remembering seeing the same necklace in Borgin's shop, Harry voiced his suspicions of Malfoy to Professor McGonagall, but she, like Ron and Hermione, denied his theory, stating that Malfoy did not go to Hogsmeade as he had a detention with her, and that there was no proof that he bought the necklace. Harry felt annoyance towards Ron and Hermione, as they did not back him up, but he did not give up on his theory. Harry's lessons were quite sporadic that autumn, and he did not have another one until after tragedy befell someone at Hogwarts. In this lesson, Harry first sees Caractacus Burke talking about Slytherin's locket, which a pregnant and desperate Merope had sold him, her husband, having abandoned her when she stopped giving him love potion. Dumbledore then focused on Tom Riddle, just as he was on the cusp of his Hogwarts years, and Harry discovered a troubled orphan who consciously used his magic to bully and intimidate the other children. Also, Harry shared his suspicions of Malfoy with Dumbledore during their lesson, only to be rebuffed. Not long after that meeting, Quidditch season was upon them. In preparation for their first game, Harry replaced the injured Katie Bell with Dean Thomas. The change produced some results, both expected, as the team excelled on the pitch, and unexpected, as Harry found himself in a jealous rage after seeing Dean kissing Ginny after practice. The team's only problem was Ron, who was suffering from a lack of confidence. In an attempt to boost Ron's confidence, Harry blatantly acted as if he had spiked Ron's pumpkin juice with Felix Felicis. Ron took the bait and played a flawless match. However, Hermione took the bait as well and acted unkindly towards Ron and Harry. While she made up with Harry when he told her of the ruse, Ron's sudden relationship with Lavender Brown led to continued strife, as it spiked jealousy in Hermione. At the party, Harry was surprised to learn that Hermione attended with Cormac McLaggen, a large Gryffindor 7th year, whom Ron despised. Hermione confessed that she did this solely on the fact that it would annoy Ron the most. He told her that it served her right when McLaggen was less than gentlemanly, only talking about himself and Quidditch. Harry was then forced to endure a conversation with both Snape and Slughorn in regards to his potion-making skills and his future career choice. Later, after Malfoy was apprehended gate-crashing the party by Filch, Harry learned that Malfoy was indeed up to something. He also learned that Professor Snape had made the unbreakable vow with Narcissa in order to protect him. Harry's Christmas was less than enjoyable, as he was cornered by the new Minister for Magic, Rufus Granger. Granger had been hoping to speak with Harry for months and used Percy Weasley as his way in. The minister interrupted the Weasley family Christmas. He tried to persuade Harry to become the ministry's mascot, an idea that Harry was not prepared to accept. During the meeting, Harry proceeded to tell Granger why he would not offer the ministry his support. The main reasons being the ministry's ineffectiveness in dealing with the Death Eater threat the knowledge that Dolores Umbridge still held a position within the Ministry, the Ministry's refusal to come to his aid when he tried to inform the wizarding community of Voldemort's return. The previous year, the fact that the Ministry had proven throughout the previous year that it was incredibly corrupt and dangerously complacent to the point of being rotten, and the mere fact that Harry had no desire to be used. This discussion left Harry and Granger on increasingly bad terms. By 1 March, Harry had still not acquired Slughorn's true memory, and had begun to grow more obsessed with Draco Malfoy. That morning he awoke to find Ron under the influence of a very powerful love potion, and he took him to Slughorn, only for Ron to end up poisoned. Harry managed to act quickly and save him with a bezoar. This was enough for Hermione to overcome her animosity towards Ron, and the three became friends again. Ron survived, but was not fit for the upcoming Quidditch match, so he was replaced by McLaggen. This turned out to be a bad choice, as McLaggen accidentally knocked Harry unconscious mid-match. Upon his recovery, Harry had yet another lesson with the headmaster. In his lesson with the headmaster, Harry was upbraided by Dumbledore for not completing his assignment, witnessed the young Tom Riddle murder Hepzibah Smith for the famous artifacts, Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup she owned, and jinxed the defense against the dark arts post at Hogwarts. However, Harry still could not figure out how to obtain the memory and focused on Malfoy. His interest was bordering on obsession. It was Ron who came up with the solution to Harry's dilemma with Slughorn. He suggested Felix Felicis, liquid luck. In the evening, Harry took the potion, and not only managed to obtain the memory but also solved many of his and his friends' problems, including breaking up not only Ginny Weasley and Dean Thomas, but also Ron and his overly clingy girlfriend Lavender Brown. Even though it was after midnight, Harry immediately went to Dumbledore with the new memory. It confirmed Dumbledore's theory that Lord Voldemort had created not one but multiple dark magical objects called Horcruxes to ensure his immortality. Together they theorized that the Dark Lord had created Horcruxes out of special objects such as Riddle's diary and Slytherin's locket. Before Harry left, Dumbledore promised to let Harry join him if he found another Horcrux. With the memory found, Harry had only Quidditch and Malfoy on his mind. Meanwhile, a recovered Katie had returned to the school, causing Harry to ask her who gave her the necklace. She states that someone imperioused her in the girls' bathroom, the Three Broomstick. In the week before the final Quidditch match, Harry discovered Malfoy crying in the toilet, and a duel ensued. With Malfoy on the verge of using an unforgivable curse, Harry cast Sectum Sempra, a curse with unknown effects that he found in the Half-Blood Prince's book. The curse nearly killed Malfoy, and earning Harry indefinite Saturday detentions with Snape and a telling off from McGonagall. Unable to play in the final match, Harry waited with anticipation as he sat through his first detention. When the dentition was finally over, he arrived back at Gryffindor Tower, and was happy to discover that the team had won the Quidditch Cup without him. Harry, having learned previously that Ginny and Dean had split up, and having come to terms with his feelings, was still unwilling to ask her out, fearing Ron's reaction. So in the heat of the moment, he spontaneously kissed Ginny, while over 50 people watched, about whom he had been thinking quite often. He kissed her after she embraced him in the post-match elation. This marked the beginning of their relationship. They next found themselves in a vast chamber containing an underground lake, with a solitary island at its center from which a faint green light was visible. After a failed attempt by Harry at summoning the Horcrux, Dumbledore located a carefully concealed boat that would allow them safe passage across the lake. During the crossing, Harry learned another of the Horcrux's lines of defense. The lake was filled with inferi, animated corpses of Voldemort's previous victims, which would attack anyone who touched the lake's water. Dumbledore instructed Harry on the use of fire as the weapon of choice against the inferi, should it become necessary. Inferi fear both light and warmth. The thought of the inferi hidden below caused Harry unease, but was quickly reassured by Dumbledore. Once on the island, Dumbledore found a stone basin from which he could not remove the Horcrux without drinking the emerald potion that the Horcrux resided in. Harry was reluctant that either one of them drink it, as they did not know its effects, but there was no way to avoid it. Dumbledore extracted a promise from Harry that he would force him to drink, no matter how much he tried to persuade him not to. With this promise, Dumbledore drank, and Harry watched as Dumbledore was driven out of his mind, but upheld his promise. Dumbledore drank and experienced intense stomach pains, dehydration, and saw visions that mentally tortured him. Harry later thought that Dumbledore saw the duel between him, Aberforth, and Grindelwald. Harry managed to get the potion down Dumbledore's throat. When they finally finished the potion, Dumbledore fell unconscious. When he was revived by Harry, he asked for water. Harry attempted to conjure water for Dumbledore with a water-making charm, but this proved ineffective as the water disappeared before Dumbledore could drink it, this being another defense designed by Voldemort. In desperation, Harry filled a cup with water from the lake, triggering the army of inferi that were waiting below. As he splashed the water on Dumbledore's face, Harry felt something ice-cold on his arm and saw a disgusting hand and the inferi climbing up from the lake. Harry panicked and attempted to fight back with a multitude of spells and curses, including Impedimenta and Sectum Sempra. None of the bells worked, since the inferi were too numerous and could not feel pain. He was overwhelmed and dragged under. Dumbledore, having regained consciousness, created a ring of fire around them that repelled the inferi. He pocketed the locket and drove the inferi back into the lake while he and Harry escaped in the boat. Harry then proceeded to apparate them back to Hogsmeade. After a short broomstick ride through the village, they landed atop the astronomy tower. Once on the tower, they discovered that Hogwarts had been invaded by Death Eaters, but Harry's friends Ron, Hermione, Luna, Neville, and Ginny, who had been ordered by Harry to watch the school lest Malfoy accomplish his nefarious goal. The DA members battled alongside the Order of the Phoenix on the floor below Harry and Dumbledore, with some help from the remainder of Harry's vial of Felix Felicis. Dumbledore had stopped Harry from fighting and froze him against a wall with a full-body bind curse hidden underneath his invisibility cloak. So all he could do was helplessly watch and wait. While waiting, Harry witnessed the death of Albus Dumbledore at the hands of Severus Snape. Dumbledore's body plummeted from the tallest tower at Hogwarts. With Dumbledore dead, Harry was free of the spell that petrified him. He immediately set off after Snape, petrifying a Death Eater and seeking revenge. As the Death Eaters made their way out of Hogwarts Castle and onto the grounds, trying to reach the border where they would be able to apparate again, Harry pursued and faced off against Snape. Harry tried many times to defeat Snape, even weakly attempting the Cruciatus Curse and Snape's own handcrafted spells, all with no effect. In the process, Snape identified himself as the Half-Blood Prince and escaped Hogwarts with Draco Malfoy and the other Death Eaters. Hagrid found Harry and together they managed to extinguish the fire that burnt Hagrid's hut, caused by Thorfinn Raoul with the water-making charm. Harry then told Hagrid that Snape killed Dumbledore, but Hagrid refused to believe him. Harry and Hagrid returned to the castle to find people staring at Dumbledore's crippled and lifeless body. Harry moved towards the base of the astronomy tower and found his mentor's body lying still upon the ground, and Hagrid finally believed him. Harry proceeded to stay next to Dumbledore's body, thinking that everything that previously happened that night had been all for naught. Harry started crying over Dumbledore's corpse as well as straightening his half-moon spectacles upon his crooked nose, and Harry wiping a trickle of blood from the dead headmaster's mouth with Harry's own sleeve. Hagrid tried many times to get Harry to move, but did not succeed. It was only when he was comforted by Ginny that Harry finally consented to move. Harry, remembering the locket, took it from Dumbledore's robes. He was absolutely beside himself when he learned it was just a plain bit of jewelry. It was in fact a decoy. There was a note inside the locket that revealed the real Horcrux was taken by someone called R.A.B. It appeared to Harry that Dumbledore had died in vain, and that they had achieved nothing that night. Harry was still processing this information while Ginny escorted him to the hospital wing on McGonagall's orders, all the while holding his hand as means of comfort. Later at the end of the year, Harry would inform Hermione and Ron of the decoy locket. Once in the hospital wing, he found an injured Neville apparently asleep in bed, as well as Ron, Hermione, Luna, Tonks, Lupin, Madame Pomfrey, and Ron's brother Bill Weasley. At some point during the battle, Bill had been horribly scarred by Fenrir Greyback. When Ginny announced that Dumbledore was dead, everyone appeared horrified. Lupin actually lost control for a moment, while Madame Pomfrey burst into tears and McGonagall was weak-kneed. Harry explained to everyone what had happened on the astronomy tower, and when he was finished, they were all shocked by what he had said. Harry also revealed Dumbledore's apparent reasons for trusting Snape and allowing him a second chance. After leaving the hospital wing, McGonagall questions Harry about what he and Dumbledore were doing, but Harry, under orders from Dumbledore not to tell anyone except Ron and Hermione, refuses. The teachers then discuss the future of Hogwarts and plans for Dumbledore's funeral. Harry turns his back on the Half-Blood Prince's book and regrets ever possessing it. Hermione and Ron comfort him, stating that nothing in the book ever indicated that he was capable of murder. Following the death of Albus Dumbledore, his funeral was carried out. Harry was disgusted to see that Dolores Umbridge and Rita Skeeter had the nerve to attend his funeral, but he did not want to make a scene at Dumbledore's funeral, and bit his tongue, knowing that he would have to hunt down Voldemort's Horcruxes, and fearing for her safety, Harry took Ginny aside and broke off their romance. Ginny told him that she did not care about the danger of being his girlfriend, but Harry still thought it was best if the two stopped seeing each other. He then spoke to Ron and Hermione, who committed to forgoing their final year at Hogwarts in order to accompany him, despite his protests. After Albus Dumbledore's death, Dumbledore was the one who began the hunt in July 1999 at the hands of Severus Snape during the Battle of the Astronomy Tower. The mission fell to Harry Potter to complete. He had to complete it if he was to finally defeat Voldemort. He was joined by Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. With 4 Horcruxes remaining, plus the unknown soul fragment residing inside Harry, the trio made plans. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all remained committed to their goal to locate and destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. To protect their families, Hermione altered her parents' memories so that they forgot they had a daughter, then instructed them to move to Australia, and with some help from Fred, George, and their father, Ron transfigured the family ghoul to resemble himself with Spattergroot. Harry's aunt and uncle were taken into hiding by several members of the Order of the Phoenix, such as Daedalus Diggle and Hestia Jones, despite many misgivings on the part of the Dursleys. Harry stayed at 4 Privet Drive for a time, but the Order of the Phoenix needed to evacuate him for the Burrow before he turned 17. On 27 July, the Order sent the Dursleys into hiding first. Harry was surprised by Dudley's gratitude towards him for saving his soul and his sincere goodbye. 6 out of 13 of Harry's escorts took Polyjuice Potion to take on Harry's appearance in order to be diversions if they were attacked, despite Harry's protests. Harry also secretly thought that he wished they would respect his body more. Upon leaving, the group was attacked by over 30 cloaked Death Eaters. Harry rode with Hagrid on his godfather Sirius's old motorbike that had been modified. They were attacked by multiple Death Eaters, including an Imperious Stan Shunpike and eventually Lord Voldemort himself, who had invented and mastered unsupported flight. Harry's owl Hedwig was hit by a stray killing curse a Death Eater sent Harry's way. When Voldemort caught up with them, Harry thought this was the end. But his wand acted on its own to strike out at the man who was both keen and mortal enemy, destroying Voldemort's borrowed wand. The chaos ended when Harry and Hagrid passed the protective enchantments placed over the house of Nymphadora Tonks' parents. Although Harry was still completely grief-stricken over the death of his beloved owl, after finding Hagrid safe and sound, the pair took a portkey to the burrow, where he found a worried Molly and Ginny Weasley standing watch outside in the darkness. Harry was relieved to see that Hermione and Ron were fine, but was shocked when Remus Lupin arrived with George Weasley, who had lost an ear, and he helped Remus carry George inside the burrow. Everyone else arrived safely, but Alistair Moody, who had been murdered by Voldemort, and Mundungus Fletcher, who had disapparated as soon as the fight started. Many amongst those gathered at the burrow believed that they had been betrayed. But Harry refused to believe any of those he loved would sell him to Voldemort, much to the chagrin of Remus Lupin. Harry then stormed outside, where he was struck by a vision of Voldemort torturing Ollivander. At the party that night, Minister for Magic Rufus Scrimgeour arrived to release the contents of Albus Dumbledore's will. Harry was left the first snitch he had ever caught in a Quidditch match, and Godric Gryffindor's sword. Scrimgeour withheld this second gift, claiming that it was a historical magical item and was not exclusively Harry's property. Noting that Harry, Ron, and Hermione were the only students mentioned by name in the will, he asked the trio why this was. The three were unable to give him an answer. On 1 August, Harry attended Bill and Fleur's wedding disguised as a distant Weasley cousin, Barney Weasley. They used Polyjuice Potion and the hairs of a red-haired muggle boy from the village to disguise him. During the party, Harry met Luna Lovegood's father, Xenophilius, who wore a necklace bearing a triangle-eyed symbol, and Victor Krum, who dislikes the symbol for it is synonymous with the dark wizard Grindelwald, who attended Krum's school, Durmstrang. The reception was interrupted when the Patronus of Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived, and announced the fall of the Ministry of Magic and the death of Rufus Scrimgeour. Chaos erupted and guests started to flee, while Harry and Hermione drew their wands and grabbed Ron before disappearing to Tottenham Court Road. There, Hermione revealed that she had planned ahead, packing supplies in her bag, which had an undetectable extension charm on it. Ron changed, and Harry put on his invisibility cloak, and the three then entered a nearby cafe to hang low for a while. Whilst at the cafe, Ron and Hermione discussed the events of the wedding and Voldemort's coup. They unwittingly broke the taboo that had been placed on Voldemort's name when the Death Eaters overthrew the Ministry of Magic, alerting Death Eaters Antonin Dolohov and Thorfinn Raoul to their location. After a brief skirmish, the trio defeated the Death Eaters, whose memories Hermione wiped at Harry's suggestion. Harry, Ron, and Hermione then found refuge at 12 Grimmauld Place. Having found no leads regarding the Horcruxes over the summer, Harry discovered R.A.B. during the trio's first morning at 12 Grimmauld Place. Once Hermione remembered that the locket had been in the house during its occupation by the Order of the Phoenix, Harry summoned Creature, and they learned that it had been stolen by Mundungus Fletcher. When the trio questioned him about it, he revealed that it was now in the possession of Dolores Umbridge. On the same day, Remus Lupin had been to visit. He asked Harry if he could join them, but once Harry found out that Tonks was pregnant, he refused. This caused a temporary rift between the two of them. For the following month, the trio would take turns under the invisibility cloak to watch the ministry entrance. On 2 September, after formulating their plans, they managed to infiltrate the ministry. Using Polyjuice Potion, Harry transformed into Albert Runcorn. Once inside the ministry, it became apparent that the trio did not plan well enough, as they focused all their attention on how to get in and not what they were going to do once inside. Harry searched Umbridge's office, but did not find the locket. He did, however, take Moody's eye from her door, finding Umbridge trying Muggle-borns for stealing magic. Hermione managed to trick Umbridge into revealing the locket, and she lied about how she obtained it. Furious, Harry stunned both her and Yaxley. He and Hermione freed the Muggle-borns who were being held by the Muggle-born Registration Commission, and Hermione conjured a copy of the locket while they took the real thing. They met up with Ron again and escaped. Though Yaxley grabbed Hermione's arm while they were disapparating, she evaded him with a revulsion jinx. But the location of 12 Grimmauld Place was revealed to him, and they were forced to abandon it as a hideout. But instead Hermione took them to the woods that were once the location of the Quidditch World Cup. After securing Slytherin's locket, the three friends took turns wearing it to ensure it was not lost. The locket had a negative influence on all of them, straining relations and causing them to all act moody and inclined to get into petty arguments. They overheard a goblin saying that the sword protected by Snape was a fake. They learned that the sword of Gryffindor in Snape's office was a copy of the real sword, and that they would have to trace the location of the real sword. Harry and Hermione were excited at knowing what object they could use to destroy Horcruxes, but the locket's negative energy pushed Ron over the edge. Knowing that they now had something they were not close to destroying, Ron and Harry got into a violent and aggressive row. Ron accused Harry of not knowing what he was doing, and not being very concerned when they learned that Ginny Weasley had been punished for attempting to steal Gryffindor's sword for them, along with Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood. Ron then abandoned his friends, accusing Hermione of preferring Harry to himself. Ron's departure left both Harry and Hermione depressed. Once he left, Harry and Hermione left the camping site they were last in. Hermione tied her scarf on a tree for a reason. With the locket in hand, they apparate away to Malham Cove. They set up the tent and Harry stared into the sunset before dark. Hermione was listening to music in which Harry noticed and came in. Hermione was even more depressed as her boyfriend left them. Harry offered Hermione a dance in which she took him, and they danced until the song ended. They were happy for that moment. That morning, Harry sat in his tent bed and watched his golden snitch and kissed it, revealing it was made from flesh memory. He went to Hermione and told her this, to which she replied that she noticed the sign of the Deathly Hallows in her copy. They decided to head to Godric's Hollow, as Harry wanted to visit his parents' graves, and Hermione had convinced herself that Dumbledore might have entrusted the sword of Gryffindor to Bathilda Bagshot, a magical historian who lived there and who had been friendly with the Potters and the Dumbledore. They arrived on Christmas Eve. After seeing the memorial dedicated to his parents and himself, Harry and Hermione searched the graveyard for the Potter's grave and came across the grave of Kendra and Ariana Dumbledore and that of Ignatus Peverell. Harry was filled with regret that Dumbledore had not shared this connection with him. Upon discovering Harry's parents' grave, Hermione called out to him and comforted Harry when he reached the grave. After placing a conjured wreath of flowers on his parents' graves, the two then met Bathilda Bagshot, who motioned for them to follow her into her home. Believing Bathilda wanted to give him Gryffindor's sword, Harry accompanied her upstairs alone when she indicated that Hermione should stay downstairs. Once there, she questioned Harry in what he did not realize was Parseltongue, revealing herself to in fact be Nagini, Voldemort's snake. Voldemort had murdered Bathilda and animated her corpse to hide Nagini, who attacked Harry, biting and coiling herself around Harry. Hermione raced upstairs and repelled the snake, while Harry's scar burned, alerting him to Voldemort's approach. The pair managed to escape, but Harry was knocked unconscious, and such a close call with Voldemort caused the connection to reopen, and Harry had a vision of his parents' demise. And in the scuffle, Harry's wand was accidentally broken by Hermione's blasting curse. After escaping Voldemort, Harry and Hermione camped out in the Forest of Dean, where Hermione healed Nagini's bite with When they were camped out there, Harry and Hermione read parts of Rita Skeeter's biography of Dumbledore, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, which Hermione had stolen from the home of Bathilda Bagshot. Upon reading, Harry felt betrayed and hurt. Because Dumbledore had not shared this information with him, Hermione tried to convince Harry that Dumbledore had his best interests at heart, but Harry became quite disillusioned, doubting whether or not the headmaster had even cared about him. A couple nights later, while standing guard outside the tent, Harry was led by a silver doe Patronus to a frozen pool, into which someone had placed the sword of Gryffindor, which led Harry to strip to his underwear and jump in the pool. While trying to acquire the sword, the locket attempted to strangle him, but he was rescued by Ron, who had returned through the use of his deluminator. During the brief intense skirmish, the Horcrux created disturbing imagery. As a last line of defense, Ron was shown his deepest fears, such as spiders, and a voice telling him that he was the least loved by his mother, who craved a daughter. The final taunt was creating apparitions of Harry and Hermione. The naked Harry and Hermione began to kiss passionately, enraging Ron, who then destroyed the Horcrux with the sword, casting the two away. As Ron had saved his life, Harry forgave him for leaving, and after seeing the Horcrux torture Ron, explained that he had no feelings for Hermione, beyond that of a sibling. Hermione, who had been inside the tent during the destruction of the Horcrux, was angry with Ron for a longer period. On 30 December, at Hermione's request, the three friends traveled to Luna Lovegood's home to question Xenophilius Lovegood. They asked about a triangular symbol Dumbledore had left them to decipher in the book he bequeathed to Hermione. After learning of the Deathly Hallows, Harry, Ron, and Hermione discovered that Xenophilius summoned Death Eaters in an attempt to persuade them to return his abducted daughter. The trio escaped the Death Eaters when Hermione blasted the floor open to show them Harry, but managed to keep Ron's alibi of being sick at home with Spattergroat intact by covering him with the invisibility cloak. Harry soon became obsessed by the Deathly Hallows. He spent every day brooding over the possibilities, forgetting about his responsibilities. With Harry's newfound obsession with the Hallows, he became more and more withdrawn and listless. He came to believe that the Resurrection Stone was enclosed within the golden snitch bequeathed to him by Dumbledore. He also surmised that Lord Voldemort was abroad in a search for the Elder Wand. This obsession troubled his friends, and with the drop in Harry's attentiveness, Ron's leadership qualities flourished. After listening to a broadcast of Potterwatch around Easter 1998, Harry determined that Voldemort was seeking the Elder Wand, and accidentally broke the taboo on Voldemort's name. Captured by a gang of snatchers led by Fenrir Greyback, the trio were questioned about who they were. Hermione had previously hit Harry in the face with a stinging hex in an attempt to conceal their true identities, but it all amounted to nothing, as the Snatchers then found the sword of Gryffindor. After Greyback and Scabior realized that they had caught Harry Potter, the trio were taken to Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire. The Snatchers decided to forego taking Harry to the Ministry, but instead to Voldemort direct. When Bellatrix Lestrange learned that Harry had been caught, she immediately sought to summon Voldemort. She planned to do this until she noticed one of the Snatchers had the sword of Gryffindor, which was supposed to be in her vault at Gringotts. From her drastic change in tone of voice and her worries that they would all perish, Harry determined that another Horcrux was hidden there as well. Bellatrix isolated Hermione for interrogation based on the knowledge that she was Muggle-born, stating that she wished to talk girl to girl with her, and proceeded to brutally torture her with the Cruciatus Curse. While being tortured, Hermione lied, claiming that the sword was just a copy. Harry convinced Griffook, a goblin prisoner, to support this story, knowing that Bellatrix would interrogate Griffook next, as she would want a goblin's opinion on the sword. In panic as Hermione screamed in pain upstairs, and Ron sobbed at hearing her, Harry called out for help, a cry heard by Aberforth Dumbledore through a fragment of a two-way mirror in the cellar. Aberforth sent Dobby the house elf to rescue the prisoners. Harry had him take Luna Lovegood, Garrick Ollivander, and Dean Thomas to Shell Cottage, while he and Ron went to rescue Hermione. On the way, they had to fight Peter Pettigrew, whose silver hand strangled him to death when he hesitated to kill Harry, who reminded him that he had once saved his life. A skirmish ensued upstairs, during which Harry took Draco Malfoy's wand from him, and he and Ron saved Hermione and Griffook with Dobby's assistance. As they escaped Malfoy Manor by apparition, Bellatrix Lestrange threw a silver dagger to where they were disapparating. Harry was initially relieved to realize he had managed to apparate to Shell Cottage with Ron, Hermione, and Dobby in tow, but was horrified to see the knife protruding from the elf's chest. Harry managed to lie him on the grass, where Dobby collapsed and died in Harry's arms, his last words being Harry's name. Luna, whom he saved, told him it was better to close his eyes so he'd be sleeping. Harry decided that he would not dig Dobby's grave with magic, opting instead to do so manually, using a shovel. This was his way of both repaying Dobby's bravery and ebbing his own grief, as his time, effort, and sweat went into the grave. As he dug, he got glimpses of Lord Voldemort furiously punishing Bellatrix Lestrange, the Malfoys, and the others that were present in the manor for their failure to keep him in their custody and allowing him and the other prisoners to escape. Harry, his scar now burning temptingly, threatening to have Voldemort's thoughts engulf him, was finally able to learn control of denying Voldemort's entry into his mind. He attributed this to his grief and love for Dobby. While digging the grave, more understanding came to Harry. He realized that though the Deathly Hallows were tempting objects, Dumbledore had tasked him with destroying Horcruxes. He decided to trust Dumbledore, reaffirming his faith in his mentor. During the funeral, Luna Lovegood gave a short eulogy to Dobby, and Harry managed to say his final goodbye to one of his most loyal friends. Following the death of Dobby, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stayed at Shell Cottage for some time. During their stay, the trio formed a plan to break into the Lestrange vault to obtain the Horcrux within, with the help of Griffook. Due to the fact that Griffook would only help in exchange for Godric Gryffindor's sword, Harry decided to word his request so that the handover would not take place until after Harry had used it to dispose of the remaining Horcruxes. Harry also found out information regarding the Elder Wand from Ollivander. He learned that his hunch that the Elder Wand was real and that Voldemort was going abroad to search for it was correct. Harry also learned some complex wand lore, such as what happens when a wand's allegiance changes to that of another individual, and that a wand's allegiance doesn't necessarily have to change hands through murder, as most, including Lord Voldemort, believed with regards to the Elder Wand. Although feeling guilty for the deception, Harry knew that the sword was their only known weapon against the Horcruxes. The other residents of Shell Cottage could not fail to notice the trio's behavior. Bill Weasley took Harry aside and advised Harry to be cautious when making deals with Griffook, who Harry was increasingly disliking. Bill elaborated some wisdom that only one who lived in the company of goblins, such as himself, could impart, namely how a goblin saw the maker of an object as the latter's true owner and master, not whoever purchased it from the former. Harry started to defend that if the object in question was bought proper, then the new ownership over it must mean that the manufacturer acknowledged the transfer, rendering the buyer as the new owner. Bill cut him off, correcting the younger wizard's naive way of thinking, insisting that goblins would merely consider the item rented, and must therefore be returned to the original maker at the death of the person it was sold to, and wizards and witches habitually passing such down as familial heirlooms through their generations without intermittent pay to the goblins per subsequent ownership basically equated to thievery in a goblin's judgment. Around the same time, Remus Lupin came to Shell Cottage bearing tidings of new birth. He asked Harry to be the godfather of his newborn child, Edward Lupin. It seemed as if the incident between them at 12 Grimmauld Place had never occurred. As Harry thinks about his upcoming heist, he wonders if he's becoming as reckless a godfather to Teddy as Sirius had been to him. Their plan proceeded reasonably well. Hermione made a convincing Bellatrix, despite a close encounter with a Death Eater named Travers, whose suspicions seemed to be eased, and accompanied the group to Gringotts. 2 human guards there had probity probes that detected concealment charms, and Harry used a Confundus charm on them to get Hermione past unchecked. Inside, the goblins requested Bellatrix's identification. When Hermione hesitated, one nervously said that her wand was sufficient proof. Though Hermione claimed it was new, Harry suspected the goblins knew that Bellatrix's wand was stolen and were looking for an imposter. Griffook told Harry to use the Imperious Curse. He complied, and Bogrod then accepted the wand as being correct. Bogrod requested the Clankers and then led the trio, Griffook and Travers, into a passageway. The door slammed shut, and Harry sent Travers away to hide. Bogrod, still under the Imperious Curse, summoned a cart that descended deep within Gringotts. After many twists and turns, the cart passed through Thief's Downfall, a security waterfall that washed away all illusion charms. When the cart overturned and dumped them out, Hermione and Ron had been reverted to themselves. Griffook believed the other goblins knew they were imposters, but Harry wanted to continue and cursed Bogrod again. The trio and Griffook found the vault guarded by an aged half-blind dragon. Griffook subdued it using the Clankers. Hearing pursuit approaching, Harry forced Bogrod to open the vault, which was filled with precious objects. Hermione screamed in pain, and they discovered that the vault's protective charms included the Flagrante and Gemino curses. The contents would multiply and become searing hot every time something was touched. Harry spotted Hufflepuff's cup, the Horcrux, but it was out of reach. Hermione levitated Harry by the ankle, and he snagged the cup by using Gryffindor's sword, as to not be burned by the metal. Meanwhile, Hermione, Ron, Griffook, and Bogrod all struggled to stay above the searing hot, rapidly multiplying objects below. As Harry was setting himself down, he dropped both the sword and the cup. Griffook grabbed the sword and flipped Hufflepuff's cup up into the air. Harry caught it, ignoring the searing heat. Borne by a treasure avalanche spilling from the now opened vault, Griffook ran off with Gryffindor's sword, yelling that thieves were in the vault. Harry, Hermione, and Ron hurled curses at the goblin throng. Harry released the half-blind dragon, and the 3 jumped on its back. The freed dragon took flight, and the 3 blasting holes into the ceiling for it to fly through as they made their escape. A vision from Voldemort helped Harry realize that the 3rd Horcrux, whilst unbeknownst to him at the time, Ravenclaw's diadem, remained at Hogwarts. Harry, Ron, and Hermione set out on their final mission to return to the school and obtain the diadem, inadvertently tripping the caterwauling charm upon apparating to Hogsmeade and thereby alerting the waiting Death Eaters to their presence. Due to the trio being under the invisibility cloak, however, the Death Eaters resorted to unleashing Dementors into the streets to try to force the intruders out of hiding. Having no choice, Harry conjured his Patronus to protect himself and his friends, automatically giving away their position and confirming their identities. The Death Eaters, having been pre-warned that Harry Potter's Patronus took the form of a stag. As Death Eaters began to close in on the still invisible trio, Albus Dumbledore emerged from the Hog's Head, hurriedly telling the 3 to enter his pub. While Harry, Ron, and Hermione did so, Aberforth remained outside, proclaiming to the Death Eaters that it was he who tripped the alarm by letting his cat out, and conjured the Patronus to ward off the Dementor threat, mockingly contradicting a Death Eater, saying that what he had seen was a goat, Patronus rather than a stag. The incensed Death Eaters believed this and retreated. After Aberforth re-entered his pub and home, He scolded them for coming to Hogsmeade, advising them to leave the country. After Harry engaged in a brief and fierce argument with him, he led the grateful trio directly into Hogwarts, through a secret entrance behind the portrait of his deceased sister, Ariana Dumbledore. Neville Longbottom, acting as their escort, then guided them into the Room of Requirement, where they were enthusiastically greeted by the reconstituted Dumbledore's army, most of which were beaten and bruised, yet ready to fight the Death Eaters controlling the school. Harry tried to tell them that he, Ron, and Hermione only returned to find something, but Neville contacted other allies with a call to arms. Harry was initially reluctant to allow the others to help, as he had developed trust issues, but in an attempt to be a better man than Dumbledore, whom he feared he was turning into, and after some discussion with Ron and Hermione, he allowed it. Harry hesitantly asked the room at large if they had ever heard of any sort of legendary artifact belonging to one of the founders of Hogwarts. Luna Lovegood then elaborated on the fabled diadem of Ravenclaw, pronouncing that a statue in Ravenclaw Tower depicted Rowena Ravenclaw wearing a diadem. Harry, having no idea of what the diadem looked like, was led by Luna to the Ravenclaw common room to observe the statue. Here the pair were ambushed by Electo Caro, who pressed her dark mark immediately upon noticing Harry, summoning Voldemort before Luna stunned her from under the invisibility cloak. Amicus Caro attempted to force his way through the common room door, designed only to open after the door knocker's question was correctly answered, by seeking the help of Minerva McGonagall, who easily allowed him entry by solving the door's riddle herself. By that time, Harry had managed to rejoin Luna under the invisibility cloak. Amicus, in fear of his master's wrath, suggested framing Electo's apparently mistaken summoning of the former on the Ravenclaw students. As he did, he spontaneously devised a lie that made it seem as though the students had forced Electo to touch her dark mark at wand point. In her outrage, McGonagall strongly insinuated that Amicus was a coward for proposing such an idea, and that she would not allow it. Caro spat in McGonagall's face in retaliation, utterly enraging Harry, who suddenly revealed himself while momentarily casting the Cruciatus curse on the surprised Caro. The curse sent Amicus flying backwards into the wall, where he crumpled and fell unconscious. Harry then told McGonagall about the mission Dumbledore had left him, and she offered to hold Voldemort and his invading forces off, buying him the time he needed to search for the Horcrux. All students of age, and the members of the Order of the Phoenix who had arrived to fight prepared themselves for the impending siege. The Battle of Hogwarts began as Voldemort and his army approached the outer boundaries of the school. On 2 May, Lord Voldemort, upon arrival at Hogwarts, demanded that the school turn over Harry, and the Battle of Hogwarts began. Harry realized that the positioning of Alecto Caro in Ravenclaw Tower confirmed the Horcrux's identity. It was the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. After thinking on it for some seconds, he went to ask the Grey Lady about the diadem. From her information, Harry surmised that the Horcrux had been hidden in the Room of Requirement. Harry, in the meantime, was worried about Hermione and Ron, who seemed to have disappeared. They had gone into the Chamber of Secrets, where Hermione destroyed Helga Hufflepuff's cup with basilisk fangs, which were one of the few weapons able to destroy Horcruxes. The trio quickly headed for the Room of Requirement, where Harry remembered seeing the diadem the previous year. However, Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle ambushed them. After a skirmish, the entire room was destroyed by the cursed fire. Crabbe unleashed, but could not control. Harry managed to fly himself and Malfoy out, while Ron and Hermione grabbed Goyle, but Crabbe perished in the flames that also destroyed the diadem. With one Horcrux remaining, Harry, Ron, and Hermione continued their pursuit of Nagini, but before they could go search for it, they witnessed the death of Fred Weasley. This incensed Ron and Harry, but Hermione reminded them that only they could finish Voldemort, and that to obtain the final Horcrux, they would have to do their share of fighting. Once the trio arrived at the Shrieking Shack, they witnessed Voldemort order Nagini to kill Snape, as he believed that Snape was preventing him from being the true owner of the Elder Wand. Dumbledore was the previous owner of the wand, and as Snape killed him, Voldemort believes with Snape's demise, he will finally gain true mastery of the wand. Before he died, Snape gave Harry memories to view in the pensieve, and asked him to look into his eyes. Upon returning to the castle, Harry saw the corpses of Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks near Fred's, and he felt devastated. He left his friends behind to use Albus Dumbledore's pensieve, welcoming the time in another's head to distract him from what was happening in his own. During a 1-hour ceasefire, Harry viewed the memories given by a dying Snape, which revealed to him that he had inadvertently been turned into a Horcrux himself. This occurred when Voldemort attempted to murder him as a baby, because Lily Potter's loving sacrifice made Voldemort's killing curse rebound and a fragment of his soul latched itself onto the only living thing it could find: Harry himself. This led to the awful truth being revealed that Voldemort had to kill him in order to be rendered mortal. Harry was unwillingly tethering Voldemort to life. Harry also learned that Snape was, all along, with Dumbledore because he loved Lily Evans, since before they started school. It was clear that Harry's lifespan had always been determined by how long it took to get rid of the Horcruxes, and that it was an elegant plan not to waste any more lives, but to give the tasks to the boy who had already been marked for death, and whose death would not be tragic, but simply another blow against Voldemort. Heavy of heart, Harry courageously slipped off on his own to carry out this dreadful task. He felt ghostly as he strode through the castle's empty halls, feeling as if he was already dead. As Harry passed the Great Hall, he could not see Hermione, Ron, or the other Weasleys, nor Luna. He felt he would have given anything for one last look at them. But then he thought he would never be able to stop looking. He also came to realize that Luna had become one of his closest and dearest friends. During his way to Voldemort, he saw the corpse of Colin Creevey, who snuck back into the castle to fight despite being underage, and remarked that Colin looked tiny in death. Harry, in a moment's decision, told Neville to slay Nagini, if he could, as Ron and Hermione might be too busy to do so. He passed Ginny, who was comforting a small girl, and almost wished she could have seen him, but under the invisibility cloak, this was impossible. As he passed Hagrid's hut on the grounds, he emotionally remembered his trips there, particularly rock cakes, Ron vomiting slugs, and baby dragon Norbert. Harry then entered the Forbidden Forest, where he managed to open the golden snitch, which said on it, "I open at the close," and the words to open it were, "I'm about to die." This revealed the resurrection stone contained within. Harry used it to speak to the spirits of his parents, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, who gave him comfort and courage before he met Voldemort and offered to shield him from the Dementors. They set off, and the Dementors' chill did not overcome him. His companions acted like Patronuses, and Harry continued deeper in the forest to find Voldemort. As Harry approached the Death Eater camp, he dropped the resurrection stone. Harry offered no resistance as Voldemort struck him with the killing curse. His last thoughts were of Ginny, her red hair, blazing looks, and the feel of her lips upon his before everything went black. Harry entered a state of limbo, where he met the spirit of Albus Dumbledore and the piece of Voldemort's soul that had just been destroyed. Dumbledore explained everything to Harry, saying that he had no more secrets from Harry, with Harry seeing a side of Dumbledore that no one else ever had. After reconciling with his mentor, Harry made the choice to return to the physical world. He had the option of boarding a train and continuing to the afterlife with Dumbledore. Harry woke up, but feigned death. He was assisted in this by Narcissa Malfoy, who had secretly turned against Voldemort by telling him Harry was dead in order to protect her son. because she knew the only way she would be permitted to enter Hogwarts was with the rest of the Death Eaters in their victory march. Voldemort then triumphantly disgraced Harry's dead body with the Cruciatus Curse, then forced Hagrid to carry Harry's body back to Hogwarts, proclaiming Harry dead and demanding surrender. At first, the surviving fighters were heartbroken, especially Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Professor McGonagall. They screamed abuse at the Death Eaters in anger, remaining defiant. Harry's apparent death had spurred the defenders of Hogwarts on. Neville Longbottom courageously stood up to Voldemort, and when the latter offered Neville a rank in his Death Eater society, Neville proudly refused and screamed to the high heavens. Dumbledore's army. Voldemort cast the full body bind curse, then summoned the sorting hat and placed it upon Neville's head. After he announced that there would be no houses and that the school colors would be those loyal to Salazar, Slytherin, he caused the hat to burst into flame. As Neville cried in pain, a distant uproar came from the direction of the school boundaries. Centaurs, Strolls, Buckbeak the Hippogriff, Hagrid's half-brother Grawp, and the families of the Hogwarts students who remained to fight, plus the shop and homekeepers of Hogsmeade joined the fight with a flourish. This distracted Voldemort and his Death Eaters, and Neville was able to pull off the sorting hat, and from its depths he received the sword of Gryffindor and sliced off Nagini's head in one swift, fluid motion. Harry slipped away in the ensuing melee under the invisibility cloak. Death Eaters started to fold under sheer weight of numbers as the house elves in the kitchens joined the battle, with Creature at its front, declaring war against the Dark Lord in the name of brave Regulus Black. Using his invisibility cloak, Harry protected the defenders of Hogwarts from attack, deflecting Voldemort's curses. Soon, only Voldemort and Bellatrix Lestrange were the only two remaining and fighting, with Voldemort dueling McGonagall, Slughorn, and Kingsley at once, and Bellatrix dueling Hermione, Luna, and Ginny. Harry was torn between the two until he saw a killing curse aimed at Ginny, the latter missing death by a mere inch. Harry redirected his path to Bellatrix until being roughly knocked aside by Molly Weasley, who dueled and ultimately killed Bellatrix. Voldemort's fury at the fall of his last best lieutenant exploded with the force of a bomb, and Harry turned in to see McGonagall, Slughorn, and Kingsley blasted backwards in pain and Voldemort directing his wand at Molly. Harry then cast a shield charm to protect her from Voldemort's wrath, revealing himself for the final duel. Unbeknownst to Voldemort, mastery of the Elder Wand, which he had stolen from Dumbledore's grave, had not been taken from Dumbledore by Snape, but by Draco Malfoy, because Draco had disarmed Dumbledore on the night of his murder before Snape killed him. Thus, when Harry had disarmed Malfoy in Malfoy Manor weeks earlier, he had become the true master of the Elder Wand. When Harry and Voldemort faced off for the last time, Harry tried to tell him this and about the other mistakes he had made. Harry also asked him to feel some remorse for his actions, which Voldemort instantly rejected. Voldemort cast the killing curse, and Harry countered with the disarming charm. The Elder Wand refused to attack its master, and the killing curse rebounded, destroying Voldemort once and for all, as the most powerful wand in the world fell into the hands of its true master at last. Immediately, Harry was surrounded by overjoyed fellow fighters. Hermione and Ron reached him first, and then Ginny, Neville, and Luna. Victory celebrations began, and Harry was an indispensable part of the grief and celebration. The trio visited Albus Dumbledore's portrait, and along the way he explained everything to his two best friends. Harry decided to prevent the Deathly Hallows from ever being reunited again by keeping the Cloak of Invisibility, leaving the Resurrection Stone where it lay in the Forbidden Forest, and returning the Elder Wand to Dumbledore's grave, but not before using it to fix his wand. When Voldemort destroyed the piece of his soul residing in Harry, Harry lost the ability to speak Parseltongue. It is possible, however, that he regained the ability later. Harry ensured that Severus Snape's portrait was hung in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. He also made occasional visits to the school to give lectures to the students on defense against the dark arts. At some point, the trio were featured on chocolate frog cards for their accomplishments. Harry was also on Christmas card terms with his cousin Dudley Dursley and his family, and occasionally visited him, which were occasions dreaded by his own children. Harry also made peace with his former rival Draco Malfoy, something that his father and his friends were never able to do with Severus Snape. They were civil towards each other, however, their schoolboy enmity meant that they were still not friends at this stage. Also following the war, he aided in the care of his godson, Teddy Lupin, thus fulfilling the role that his own godfather, Sirius Black, never got to play. Harry and Teddy eventually became very close. Harry's children commented that they wanted Teddy to move in with the family. Harry mentioned that Teddy had already been coming to their home for dinner 4 times a week, and that he was practically living with them as it was. The Potters were also thrilled at the idea that Teddy, who was seen snogging Victoire Weasley, might officially become a part of their family. At the end of the Second Wizarding War, Harry was recruited by the new Minister for Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt and became an Auror at the British Ministry of Magic. Kingsley permitted those who had fought in the final battle to become Aurors without getting their NES, as surviving such a battle satisfied the skill and character requirements. During the trial of Dolores Umbridge shortly after the war, Umbridge managed to escape and ally with some Death Eaters, Corbin Yaxley the Carrows and Walden McNair. Together they planned a plot involving Time Turners to bring back the dictatorship that had existed in the British Ministry of Magic from 1997-1998. They were stopped, however, by Harry, Hermione Granger, and Ronald Weasley, along with his friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Harry was considered an expert and helped reform and revolutionize the Auror Department and the rest of the ministry. In 2007, Harry became the head of the Auror office at the age of 20. On 1 September 2008, Harry arrived at King's Cross Station and guided a Muggle-born student to the barrier that connected to Platform 9 3/4. During the 2008-2009 school year, the same Muggle-born student and their friends went to the Hogwarts library to look for clues about malfunctioning broomstick. While doing so, they found information on Harry's Quidditch accomplishments, including him being the youngest house player in a century, and that he had caught his first golden snitch with his mouth. They also found images of his first-year Quidditch uniform, with Robin Thistlethwaite being surprised by how small he was at the time, although she acknowledged that his light and speedy frame was perfect for a seeker. In 2010, when third-year students went to Hogsmeade for the first time, Harry was also there, with Rubus Hagrid, drinking butterbeer in the Three Broomsticks Inn. When Harry choked on it, Hagrid patted him on the back. At some point later, Harry returned to Hogwarts to give a defense against the dark arts lecture at the request of Professor Minerva McGonagall. During this period of time, Harry frequently gave lectures on the subject. While at the castle, he met the same Muggle-born student he helped to cross the platform barrier. The two met in the Great Hall. They then went to the Quidditch pitch and the Viaduct courtyard, and talked about their memories. When Hogwarts was under attack by Dementors and other dark creatures, Harry returned to the school and cast the final Patronus charm that ended the battle. He also saw individuals by the forests wearing white masks, who he suspected may have been the culprits of the attacks. He then talked to the students and staff and, as an Auror, promised to look into the case properly. Harry was also invited by George Weasley to help sell his joke products, competing against George's brother Ron, who prefer more conventional ones. George wrote Harry's identity of the Chosen One into the slogan he prepared for Harry. Though Ron was Harry's best friend, George pointed out that since Harry was the funder of their joke shop, He needed to think less about the best friend stuff. George convinced Harry that new products were likely to attract more customers. When they were doing a sale at Zongo's joke shop, Harry was chatting with Hermione, who was Ron's helper, when they met the same Muggle-born student and talked about these events. The student asked if this was purely them doing business, but Harry admitted he really was fed up with classical jokes, saying that anyone who had been bitten by a nose-biting teacup dozens of times would not be tricked again, which he believed was the reason why Fred and George founded their shop, so that they could invent new products, and succeeded in doing so, making their products very popular in the market. He then gave the student some tokens to buy some products and see for themselves. On Horace Slughorn's birthday, Harry went back to Hogwarts and gave him a cake that smelled like pineapple. They recalled Harry's mother Lily giving Slughorn Francis, and were possibly joined by the Muggle-born student. Harry had married Ginny likely sometime before 2005, but certainly by 2014. By 2017, the couple had 3 children of their own. 2 sons, James Sirius and Albus Severus, and 1 daughter, Lily Luna. Harry attended the final of the 2014 Quidditch World Cup in early July in the Patagonian desert. Harry, James, and Albus joined Ginny Potter, who had been in Patagonia since the start of the Cup, in her capacity of special Quidditch correspondent to the Daily Prophet. Harry, along with his family, including Teddy Lupin and Dumbledore's army, were granted access to the VIP section of the campsite. Harry embraced Victor Krum, who was competing again after being retired for a few years, upon meeting him, and introduced him to his sons, James and Albus. He supported Bulgaria in the match together with the rest of his family, save for Albus, and looked emotional when Victor Krum and his team had won the match. While at the game, Harry also sported a nasty cut over his right cheekbone, which was a result of his top-secret work for the British Oral Office. On 31 July 2014, Rita Skeeter launched a book at Flourish and Blots titled Dumbledore's Army, The Dark Side of the Dimob, regarding the lives of the members of Dumbledore's army. The book, according to Rita's description, seemed to focus on the DA members' imperfections. Harry and Ginny were featured on the front cover, Harry trying to hide their faces behind his hand. Rita also wrote a mostly fictionalized biography about Harry, with an unnamed title. On 1 September 2017, Harry and Ginny took their 3 children to King's Cross Station to see James and Albus off to Hogwarts. There they met Ron and Hermione and their 2 children, Harry's niece Rose and nephew. When Albus expressed a fear that he might be sorted into Slytherin House, Harry told his son that Albus was named after 2 Hogwarts headmasters, of whom one was a Slytherin and probably the bravest man ever knew. Harry assured him that his parents would be proud of him regardless of where he was sorted. He also told him that the sorting hat would take his preferences into consideration, which happened to him when he was being sorted. This was a secret he had never shared with his other children. When Harry picked Albus up from King's Cross, who had returned from a year at Hogwarts, he was surprised to find Albus distant and colder. This distance was in direct response to the pressure Albus felt regarding Harry's legacy and the expectations that others put on him. Because of it, Albus and Scorpius Malfoy became fast friends during the year, as they were kindred spirits. They both carry a burden stemming from their family identity and feel that they are misfits and losers in comparison with the other students at Hogwarts. Harry did not like this, and he questioned why Albus was content to have only the one friend. Their relationship would stay strained for the next couple of years to come. In September 2018, Harry took Albus to King's Cross again. He was hurt when Albus told him he wanted to be alone. This stemmed from all the pedestrians watching the two. Albus felt as though they were watching the famous Harry Potter and his disappointing son. Harry told him not to be bothered by people looking, and thought his friendship with Scorpius Malfoy, the child of his rival, was the reason why Albus wanted nothing to do with him. Harry then demanded Albus sever their friendship, but his son refused. In September 2019, Harry took Albus to King's Cross, yet again, where he gave Albus the permission slip he needed to visit Hogsmeade. Albus destroyed the slip by burning it, stating that he had no wish to go to Hogsmeade, and left his father behind. This, in turn, caused Harry to become angry with him. Their father-son relationship continued to deteriorate, going from bad to worse. Nott had created at least 2 time turners for Lucius Malfoy, who was paying him for his services. The prototype, which was restricted by a boundary of 5 minutes, was seized by Potter and later used by his son to travel to the past. The improved time turner, which gleamed gold and allowed the traveler to stay in the past for an unlimited time, was kept by Lucius, who never used it. Harry turned the prototype time turner over to Hermione, the Minister for Magic, for safekeeping. While in his paper-laden work office, he and Hermione spoke about recent activity among Voldemort's former allies and how action must be taken. They discussed the mountain trolls riding Graphorns through Hungary, giants with winged tattoos on their backs walking through the Greek seas, and the werewolves that have gone entirely underground. Harry was later visited at home by Amos Diggory, who had heard he might have the time turner. Whom he supposedly learned this information from is unknown. While Albus and Delphi Diggory, who claimed to be Amos's carer and niece, listened in, Amos demanded Harry go back in time and save Cedric. Amos proceeded to tell Harry that Cedric was more than a spare and that he deserved a chance to live a full life. However, Harry refused due to the implications of intervening greatly with the past, as changing the past can have severe consequences on the future. This caused Amos to react negatively, calling Harry cold. Later that night, Harry attempted to reconcile with Albus. Harry's relationship with Albus had strained increasingly since he had left for Hogwarts. In an effort to mend things, Harry spoke to Albus and tried to give him the old baby blanket he received from his mother Lily. He did this in the hope a reminder of what happened would make him change his behavior. This was a significant and sentimental gift on Harry's part, as it was the only physical piece of his mother that he had. When Albus rejected the gift, it led to an argument in which they both expressed the wish that they were not related. Harry regretted what he said, but it was too late to take it back. Harry began to experience nightmares and pains in his scar, something that he had not experienced since his final defeat of Voldemort. Ginny tried to comfort him and proceeded to ask what was wrong. When Harry explained, they decided to let Hermione know. Harry took his scar hurting to be an ominous sign, and it left him with many worries concerning his son and the outcome of the future. He and Hermione held a public meeting, but the community was not convinced there is a threat, as they were not willing to accept that danger was once again imminent. Draco accused Harry of only wanting his name in the papers and proceeded to storm out of the public meeting. Later on, Harry, Ginny, and Draco then learnt that Albus and Scorpius were missing. This prompted Draco to start a duel with Harry. Ginny was quick to interrupt it before it got out of hand. They had decided to retrieve the time turner and help Emma save Cedric. Ginny concluded Albus ran away after his argument with Harry, and Draco was upset that Scorpius had been pulled into their family issues. Albus was brought to the school's hospital wing, where Harry conversed with a portrait of Albus Dumbledore. After Harry aired decades of pent-up emotion left over from the horrors of his childhood, and Dumbledore reassuring him, he did what he thought was best for Harry's well-being at the time. The portrait advised him to see Albus as he is. Harry demanded that Albus break off his association with Scorpius. He even went so far as to bully Headmistress Minerva McGonagall into using the Marauders map to keep them apart. This was something that he would not normally do. Harry's worry for his son had intensified so much that it blinded him to the bigger picture. When Albus and Scorpius went time-traveling again, Harry and Ginny received a visit from Draco. He and Harry argued about their children, which resulted in a premature wizard's duel. When Ginny intervened and reminded them their children were missing, Draco surprised them by explaining how lonely he was at Hogwarts and how lucky Harry was to have such great friendships. Harry and Draco finally gained a mutual respect for one another and looked upon each other as friends. When Draco speaks of the great bond and sacrifices he has made for Scorpius and his late wife, Harry finally realized he was dangerously isolating Albus. They returned to Hogwarts, where Harry apologized to Professor McGonagall, and they attempted to locate the boys, ultimately discovering that they had the Time Turner. However, in the other timeline, Albus and Scorpius had created a world where Harry had died at the Battle of Hogwarts. Fortunately, with the help of the alternate Hermione, Ron and Severus Snape, Scorpius managed to salvage the original timeline and return both Harry and Albus to life. Harry visited Albus in his dormitory where, despite his anger, he manages to plant the seed for a reconciliation with Albus. Later, Harry and his friends learn that Albus and Scorpius were missing again and were last seen with Delphi. They went to see Amos to find out what he knows, and found out he had been confounded by Delphi into believing she was his niece and care. They traveled back in time to join Albus and Scorpius. However, under Ginny's prodding, they realized that Delphi did not want to kill baby Harry, but rather to stop Voldemort from doing so in the hope he would live and his reign would continue. Delphi thought she could make her father stronger, as he would know love when he met her, which its lacking was what had originally led to his downfall. Everyone agreed they had to transfigure Harry to look like Voldemort in the hope that they could fool Delphi and hinder her in saving the real Voldemort. They picked Harry because he not only knew Voldemort well through the connection they shared when he was a Horcrux, but he now also understood Parseltongue again. Delphi pleaded with her father to recognize her, which Harry managed before the transfiguration spell came undone. However, when Delphi sees she had been set up, she engages in a fierce duel with Harry, who is later joined by his friends, and Albus. They manage to subdue her, and she pleaded that she only wanted to know her father. A surprised Harry explained that this would not be possible. They cannot change the past. Upon hearing the real Voldemort arrive to kill Harry's parents, Delphi tried calling out to him, but Hermione and Malfoy silenced her and sent her back to the present day. Harry decided to watch the scene of his parents' murder once more, with Albus by his side, to provide a sense of closure for them. They later returned to the present, when a devastated Hagrid arrived at the scene to bring Harry to the Dursleys. At some point during Kingsley's tenure as minister, Harry helped advance werewolf rights by setting up an outreach program. He also proposed providing free wolfsbane potions to any werewolf who wanted the potion. However, his wolfsbane proposal never came to fruition, as politics and protocols prevented it from happening. Shortly after, Harry was made the leader of the members of the Statute of Secrecy Task Force. This task force was an emergency response team established by the International Confederation of Wizards with the help of the British Ministry of Magic to deal with a series of large-scale breaches of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, known as the Calamity. He congratulated those who choose the career of an Auror, but warned them that it could either be the best or worst job depending on their abilities. Harry introduced the weakening hex to the new Aurors, which lowered the damage their enemies caused. He would also teach and supervise practicing dueling sessions, during which he outmatched them. However, their valiance allowed them to come out with increased power in their spells. For those pursuing a profession as Magisoologists, Harry gave them a lesson on maintaining confidence that eventually resulted in him teaching them the bravery charm, while he ran a class on detecting dark magic for those pursuing a professor position. Harry was inspired by his experience with the late Remus Lupin to arrange a training course which was attended by all Statute of Secrecy Task Force members. The training course needed to be completed without a wand, as spells flew towards the task force members, helping to teach them better tactical awareness and mobility. Along with his wife Ginny and Professor Minerva McGonagall, his former teacher at Hogwarts, Harry held a panel at the Ministry where the three spoke about having parts of their lives turned into foundables by the Calamity, with the emotional evening being attended by a Calamity investigator working for the Statute of Secrecy Task Force. Harry later ran into the same Calamity investigator at the Leaky Cauldron and engaged in a lively discussion about potions with them. He taught them Severus Snape's method of preparing superfluous beans by pressing them with the flat side of a knife to release more of their juice, which they used to reduce the brew time of their dawdle draught. Harry later met the same Calamity investigator for tea, with the investigator convincing him that he needed to be more of an active public voice in order to best help the fight against the Calamity. After an article about his work with the task force was published in the Daily Prophet, several of Harry's belongings become foundables. Hermione suspected that this had to do with the article. In the spring of 2021, the unforgivable threatened Harry and Hermione after the two began wrenching control of Calamity surges away from the Cabal. The two feared that their children would be targeted, but Harry insisted on continuing to fight against the unforgivable. Harry redirected a Calamity surge and controlled it using memories of the Marauders. When Minerva McGonagall was uncharacteristically late in reporting to the SOS task force, Constance Pickering, Harry and Hermione feared she had been attacked. By April, it became apparent that while Minerva was unharmed, Ginny had been attacked and Ron had been abducted. Following their attack on Ginny and Ron, the Unforgivable unleashed a surge of dragon adversaries. While this was disastrous, it allowed Harry to tap into somebody's memory of being forced to abduct Ron. Shortly after, the Unforgivable unleashed a surge of foundables related to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes where Ron worked. While the Unforgivable succeeded in intimidating Harry and Hermione, Harry even enlisted the help of Macusay in the hopes of finding his best friend. This attack only made Hermione even more determined to bring the Cabal to justice. The Unforgivable began a campaign of harassment and manipulation to secure their position preceding negotiations for Ron's returns, including implanting false memories in Molly of Ron crying and begging her to tell Harry and Hermione to listen to the Unforgivable so that he could return home. Molly instead instructed Hermione to give them hell. By the end of April, the Unforgivable had delivered their list of demands via notes dispatched with Infoundables. In exchange for Ron's safe return, they not only wanted full command of the Calamity but for London 5 victim Kit Garrett and the defector informant Flavius Flint to be delivered to them. Hermione decided that she and Constance should use Polyjuice Potion to take the places of Garrett and Flint as a means to infiltrate the Unforgivable, with Harry delivering them in exchange for Ron. It seemed the Unforgivable were aware of this deception as well as where the Ministry's defenses were weakest, however. Whilst dueling against members of the Cabal, Constance was hit with a blasting curse, but luckily came away with only mild burns. While Ron was recovering, albeit unconscious, the real Flavius and Kit were taken. When Constance returned from having her injuries healed at St. Mungo's, she reported that Ron had woken up and his memories had been completely obliterated, to the point where he could not even recognize his wife. Hermione wondered if everything, including rescuing Ron, had been part of the Cabal's plans all along. She and Harry considered the possibility of a mole in the Ministry or a legilimens among the Unforgivable's ranks. In May 2021, calamity surges surrounding baby magical creatures created the impression that the Unforgivable were involved in illegal poaching and trading of rare beasts. Fragments of a note apparently from Grim Folly contain coordinates to a location in Cape Town where Harry led a team of Aurors in order to stop a potential auction and to find members of the Cabal. Unfortunately, no auction took place, adding weight to the theory of a mole in the ministry. Hermione used truth serum, then erasing their memories of being interrogated by her. This method outed Gareth Greengrass as not only the mole, but a high-ranking member of the Unforgivable. Following his detention, Gareth Greengrass repeatedly proclaimed innocence, and his colleagues in the Department of Mysteries called for his release, even going so far as to accuse Harry and Hermione of using the Imperious Curse to obtain a false confession. During this time, an Auror discovered that Gareth's strange habit of delivering interdepartmental memos via owl was part of a ruse. Gareth's owl was a transfigured potions cabinet containing polyjuice potion. When tested, those who imbibed the potions turned into Hermione and the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, linking Gareth Greengrass to the abduction of Ron and the attempted abduction of Ginny. A complication arose, however, when it became apparent one of the polyjuice potions had been tampered with during the month that Gareth was detained. Hermione concluded that this was part of an escape attempt, and alerted Harry. Gareth Greengrass was eventually caught out and taken into custody in an official capacity, but remained tight-lipped until Harry raised the issue of Gareth's daughter. It was discovered that Sirius Greengrass suffered a blood malediction. Gareth and Harry formed an unbreakable vow, sealed by Constance Pickering, whereby Harry would find a cure for Gareth's daughter, and in turn Gareth would help Harry uncover the identities of the Unforgivable. Harry visited St. Mungo's and placed a large donation, securing special care for Sirius. By the time he returned, however, Gareth Greengrass was dead.